네, 네, 그러니까. σας και την αλλάζει μια για πάντα. Αυτό είναι ο εκτυπωτής σας. Μαζί θα δούμε τον κόσμο με τελείως διαφορετικό μάτι. Και δεν θα ξεμείνετε ποτέ από έμπνευση ή από μελάνι. Αυτό είναι Plus. HP Plus.
Το μέλλον σου είναι πιο κοντά από όσο φαντάζεσαι. Βρίσκεται στην επόμενη σελίδα. Στο επόμενο κλικ. Στο επόμενο βήμα. Το μέλλον σου έχει ήδη αρχίσει. Ζήσε το στο Mediterranean College. Mediterranean College. The future is yours.
banking experience tailor-made.
Να αρχίσουμε σιγά σιγά. Έχουμε τον ομιλητή μας στην οθόνη.
We have our speaker on screen right now.
Αρχίσουμε. Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning, everyone. We thank you for being here today with us. Sunday morning. It will be worth it, most definitely. In the first panel, we have a small change. Professor Papasoteriou will be in place of Dr. Phillips. So be prepared to listen about adultery in Sparta. Our first speaker will be Dr. Athanasios Platias, which is a professor of strategy at the Department of International, European and Regional Studies. Our second speaker will be Athanasios Papasoteriou, President of the Institute of International Relations. And our third speaker will be Dr. Athanasios Gramenos. He's a professor at the Aristotle University and the University of Sacramento. Now we are going to start with Dr. Platias, which is with us online. He's going to talk to us about Thucydides in Sparta. Dr. Platias. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today in this conference, and I'm very sad that I could not make it in person in Sparta, not only to see this wonderful place, but also to see what has remained of that great power. A great power that explained yesterday Dr. Koliopoulos. But as Thucydides says, I wouldn't be able to see much, because if we compare Sparta today and the Sparta of Antiquity, well, and compared to Athens, we couldn't really understand that it was such a great power. The architecture of Sparta wasn't very impressive, but its power was in a different area. It was in its strategy and its people and the powers that it held for so long. I would like to start with the power of Sparta and how Thucydides approached Sparta in his works about the Peloponnesian War. My speech is how Sparta was portrayed in the works of Thucydides. I would like to point out that Sparta was and still is very relevant. In the Cold War, it was extremely relevant, as it was talked about yesterday. Not only in the comparison of oligarchy and democracy, but also because during the Cold War, a land power was battling a naval power. Sparta during the Cold War was seen through a different point of view. Sparta today is very relevant when we talk about great powers. Sparta is extremely relevant today because of, as we would like to say, the trap of Thucydides. A very known professor of Harvard once wrote a work about Thucydides' trap. A very unique title, Tested for War. He mainly used the analogy of the Peloponnesian War. and try to explain the very unique relationships between those two powers. As Sparta of Antiquity, now we have some great powers in the international relations. Sparta had to fight against the Athens and its grasping for power. Today, we are looking towards China. So, what is happening when an emerging power has almost managed to be able to govern the whole world? The powers try to stop it. It is unfortunate that those battles may result in war. Sparta, as an archetype, can be used as an example during the Cold War, as it was, but we can also look at the USA. We can also look at China. It is a very important issue that will become more relevant as the years progress. And we should look at what was the relations of power during the start of the Peloponnesian War, and if the Peloponnesian War was inevitable, if it was premeditated, meaning that both sides wanted this war. My analysis is that Alison has read the relationships of power completely differently. When the war started, Athena has already surpassed Sparta in terms of power. Athens already was a great power, even from the start of the First Peloponnesian War, and has greatly surpassed Sparta. So, if we look at the historical analysis, I do not believe it is correct. I also do not think that the notion that both powers lost control, I do not believe this is correct. The First World War has been explained as the great powers losing control and being involved in a war they did not wish, but I do not agree with this notion. Looking at the works of Donald Cancan and the Peloponnesian War, and reading carefully Thucydides, we can see that both sides thought very well of this before starting this war. Both sides wanted this war. Was the war inevitable? Of course it was. It wasn't. If Sparta stopped and accepted Athens as a great power, and if Athens stopped pressuring Sparta, it is evident that the war wouldn't have happened. So, we have to look at this war and realize that both sides wanted this fight. The Peloponnesian War was a war wanted by both sides. Those are a few of my observations, and now I would like to start by talking on the 25. I would like to talk about the attack of the Persians against the Greeks. Listening to Mr. Koliopoulos, I understood that Sparta itself managed to win against the Persians. Dr. Koliopoulos talked about Thermopyles and the great powers of Sparta. Reading Thucydides, we can see a very different picture of what happened during the Peloponnesian Wars and Sparta's influence in this war. I would like to say a few things about this topic, because while looking for the truth, we must try to be circumspect and not fall into the trap of over-exaggerating. Sparta played a central part in the Persian Wars. Thucydides himself answers, and using a variety of speakers, for example, the Corinthians. When they are talking about Sparta, they say this. They say that the Persians managed to conquer the whole known, to conquer the whole known world before the Spartans even contemplating stopping them. For the Corinthians, the Battle of Thermopyles wasn't very important in winning the war. They believe that the Spartans tried to provide the last line of defense in the Corinth. The battle was judged at sea and not at land. This was from the first book of Thucydides, paragraph 69. In paragraph 73, we have a mention of Athenians and the presbyes of Athena talking to the Spartans. The first paragraph that I mentioned was between the Corinthians and the Spartans. Athenians say even more things. Athenians say that in the Battle of Marathona, we fought on our own against the Persian Empire without the Spartans helping them. The Spartans decided not to attend that battle. And the reason for that was that the Persians wanted to punish Athens and not conquer the whole of Greece. And that is the reason why Spartans did not attend this battle. Moving on now to the 480, when Xerxes tried to conquer Greece again, we see something extremely interesting. Sparta continuously tried to pass over the war onto and the cost of the war onto Athens. That was the Spartans with great difficulty managed to send their 300 at Thermopyles. By reading Sikelos, Thermopylae was a suicide mission for the Spartans. And Spartans never decided to send enough manpower to be able to hold Thermopyles. The Battle of Artemisio was the critical point in the war. If I say so myself, Spartans fought more in this naval battle with 20 trirees, 200 people at each. Even though not all of them were Spartans, they fought and they sent more manpower than in Thermopyles. Athenians sent 36,000 people to fight. Of course, Leonidas and the 300 showed great bravery, and we must never forget that. And it is mentioned very frequently, not only in our history, but in the world history, and they are an example of bravery. The main point and the most important battle was at Artemisio, and as Herodotus himself says, this battle was the critical point in the war, and it was much easier for the Greeks to win after that in the Battle of Salamina. According to Herodotus, once more, Spartans and their allies did not wish to fight. They wanted to retreat in the Isthmo and fight at land. And the fact that the Battle of Salamina was completed successfully was all due to Themistocles and his strategy. And we can say that the critical point of the Greek-Persian Wars was this battle. When the fleet of Xerxes was destroyed, he was forced to retreat and leave only a few men with Magonio as a military commander. This resulted in the loss of the war by the Persians. Athenians have every right to be displeased with the Spartans and to express their displeasure in paragraph 73, where they say that we saved you, you did not do anything. They say that we decided to sacrifice our main naval force and decided to sacrifice our city to burn in order to fight for a battle at sea. It is very impressive that we decided to fight at sea without punishing you for being cowardly and not helping us, and we decided to help the whole of Greece. We decided to fight for a city that did not exist. Athens was burned. We decided to help the whole of Greece and saved you in the process. If we hadn't fought back, the Persians, as they say, the Athenians, they would have conquered every city-state of Peloponnese and of course Sparta. I mention all those things because they are extremely important and help us understand the future. Immediately after the Persian Wars, immediately after the Medic Wars, Spartans decided to stop fighting the Persian Wars. They decided that Athenians would be the lesser evil, and they were pleased that Athenians created their cooperation. This strategy of the Spartans to leave Athenians all the weight and to bear all the weight of the wars, in time changed the relationships of power between the two city-states, because the alliance and provided to the Athenians more and more money and capital and less men and fleet. By having this alliance, Athens became an empire. Using this fleet, this capital, and this manpower, they had a new base of power. Sparta remained stuck in its past. Its great past, of course, but that was mainly based in the Ilotes and their work, and mainly based in fighting at land and not at sea. So, as time progressed, we started to have a division. Sparta didn't wish to fight at sea. Athenians took efforts to protect themselves against the Persians, and those efforts frightened Sparta. So, what some people do to protect themselves may lessen the protection that others have. And this is the meaning of paragraph 23 in the first book of Thucydides. Sparta was afraid, and that was the reason the Peloponnesian War started. And they were afraid because they understood they have lost power. And this is very clearly described in Thucydides. Persians played an important role in Athens gaining power. the Greeks started to fight against the Persian armies, trying to relocate them and push them further east. Moving on now, we must talk about a very specific and very important issue about why the Peloponnesian War started. According to Thucydides, it was that Sparta was afraid. The Athenian power continued to increase. So, why 432? What was the cause that pushed Sparta to war? 432, Spartans understood that the differences between Corinth and Athens could result in the Peloponnesian alliance losing power. And this alliance was extremely important for Spartans, not only for their external relations, but also for their internal structures. Because by using this alliance, they could control the helots. So, when they realized that the pressure that Athenians forced onto the Corinth could result in the loss of this alliance, and because the Spartans started to realize that their defense systems were not very stable, they understood that they had to act. So, for the Spartans, there was no other choice but to fight in the Peloponnesian War, in a war that had no good consequences. Archidamos himself, their king, explained to them that this war would not result in good things. Sparta was never pleased with the gain of power. Sparta tried to find some causes to start a war with Athens, but we can look at the example of Samos. They tried to start a war, but because of an earthquake, they could not. They had also the Helots and their revolution. The First Peloponnesian War finished in a stalemate, and it was decided that Sparta will rule at land and Athens will rule at sea. And they both continued to improve. In 440, when the Athenians had a problem at Chio, Spartans were ready to go to war again, but were stopped by their allies. Spartans always looked for a chance to start a war, and 432, they finally had their chance by using the pressure and the strained relations between Athens and Corinth. At this exact moment, Spartans were forced to go to war, and as Archidamos, their king, said, this war could not result in good things for neither side. I have said a lot of things about Sparta. Now I would like to talk about an issue that, and Thucydides talks about Archidamos and explains this great value that the Spartans had. This prudence. He uses the word sophrosine, not for the Athenians, but for the Spartans. Archidamos says, and I will use, if I may, the speech of Archidamos, that on the three aspects of prudence. The first aspect is being able to control your opposition and be able to create a strategy based on common sense. You have to take into consideration your own power, you have to take into consideration your adversaries, see what are your goals, see what are your means, and in order to be able to achieve your goals. This is synthesis. This is the base of military strategy. Archidemos here says that Spartans, we cannot fight against them. They are more powerful than us. And most importantly, they have a different power than us. They have more capital than us. They have allies and they can use them for capital. So we cannot compare our power with theirs. And this is a very good question about the nature of war. How can a lion win against sharks? It cannot. So we are at a stalemate. This is a very important part of prudence. The second aspect and the second part of prudence is to be able to control oneself and be able to control one's emotions, one's rage, be able to, for emotional reasons, to not use emotional reasons to fight. It is something that is evident in the stories of ancient Greece. Pathy result in situations that diminish common sense. Archidemos explains that they are trying to make us angry in order to not allow us to think clearly, and we must not let them. We must use rational thought. We must be able, as he says, to control ourselves, and without it we cannot have rationalism. The third aspect of rationalism and prudence is that war has a lot of things during war happen by chance. We cannot control everything, and we must commit to a war when we can control the situation and not let a lot of things to chance. If we start this war, we will have to let many things to chance. It will be the length of this war will be so great that our children will be forced to fight in this war and we will lose control of it. And of course he was right. This is exactly what happened. What Athenians did at Sicily was something that Spartans could not control. It was completely by chance. Spartans tried to use the Persians to manage to achieve the same power as Athenians, but they could not control them. It was something that was based completely in chance. Spartans could not take the decision. Exactly what I described right now, rationalism, being able to control one's emotion, having synesis, as Thucydides says, and trying to control lack are the three aspects of prudence that Archidemos mentioned. Archidemos himself and in general their politicians had a lot of prudence. They started this war with less power than the Athenians. By having rational thought and rationalism, they managed to win against the Athenians. By having modesty, they managed to succeed. Immediately after Sicily, they had the chance to win against the war. Excuse me, Dr. Platias, if you could wrap up your conversation. Thank you very much. I would like to finish with just one small thing. The main the main thing that went well during the Peloponnesian War was for the Persians, because they managed, by helping Sparta, they managed to have control and gain once more whatever they have lost during the Persian Wars and against Athens. I would like to sum up by saying that Thucydides shows a more a part of shows Sparta with its good side and its bad side. It explains the advantages and its disadvantages by trying to pass the burden onto their alliance by having no problem with allying themselves with the Persians and with other many things. It resulted in a situation that was good neither for Sparta, neither for Athens, excuse me. The Persian Empire managed once again to slither into Greece and gain once more its power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are any questions now, for only 10 minutes. So, in order not to forget the object of each speaker, we have to you have to ask questions now. You have. Mr. Platias, excuse me, Mr. Papasoteriou will talk now, and then there will be some questions for both of you. Dr. Papasoteriou is going to talk us about from the Archean era to Iron Age, military technology, and international politics in ancient Greece. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here in Sparta. The previous time was in 1983. I haven't been here since then. I will begin with the sum up that the Hellenic culture has many traditions that have that are since Homer, classical Greece, the wars, Byzantium, with its strategic tradition, and modern Greece. I will focus mainly on the classical era, the period when Sparta was the most powerful power in land. And I would like to point out that in the Archean era, the era of Homer and the Trojan War, the Iron Age, metals were rare then, and today with this panoply we have different costumes. Troops were little, and main warriors were Agamemnon, Achilles. Today we have the model of a hero. In the Trojan War, there was not the hero was not Achilles but Odysseus. The Iron Age meant that political systems were oligarchic mainly, or there was monarchy. They could not afford panoply. In the next era, this changes. We have more metals. Larger percentage of warriors could be armored. we refer mainly to southern Greece. A larger percentage of fighters could be able to be armored. Mainly in Greece, in ancient Greece, those who fought could participate in the political system. Whoever could participate in a war could participate in the political system. So there is a tend to democracy, and it is the characteristic of a city-state in ancient Greece. Those who could participate in armors were those who had the money to afford an armor. Athens solved this system because it was more democratic. Fighters were also in the fleet. And this did not mean that the fighters should be rich. In a typical city-state of southern Greece, hoplites that participated in the war were, for example, farmers, like in Sparta. Hoplites in Sparta were, I would not say professional, but I would say dedicated to their to the war techniques and values. But Sparta was a city where there were farmers, and this created some limitations to the. For example, we know that the war season was summer because in winter there could not be war. This is also analyzed in the arguments of Victor Hansen, who states that if you wanted to provoke some city-state to war, you should provoke the economy of the agricultural sector. He was from an agricultural family of California. And so he said that if you want to provoke the agricultural economy in southern Greece, it is very difficult to provoke the land of olives, for example. Try to cut something from an olive tree. You can see that the agricultural sector is hurt. Mostly before gathering the seeds from the trees. The season of war was limited. You should go to the opposite city-state in order to provoke them, and in order to stop the agricultural activities. Which of the hoplites participated in the battles? Well, the answer is that there is no a participation as we know it today. Every man who could fight had to participate in the war. They had to pay for their armor from age to 18 to 60. So we can understand that hoplites, their father, son, brothers, uncles, nephews, friends, everybody. Everyone who could fight. There's a cohesion in this sector, and on the other hand, it is very difficult to hesitate. you have to fight in front of your relatives, in front of your friends, and the way. Now we're going to discuss the way that Sparta adopted the way the Spartans war and the way they won. There was not the logic that I am going to fight and then I'm going to continue my agricultural activities. Well, now the battles in ancient Greece, in battles of ancient Greece, hoplites, where their armors, it is almost, it was almost very difficult. The shield was almost 7 kilos. Helots transferred the armor. We decide the place to fight, where that would be in a land. For example, in Viotia, where there was fairy land, flat land. The army reaches the battlefield, and we're going to find the perfect battlefield in a distance among about 200 meters from each other. The armor was round and could not cover the whole body, but there would be a challenge and a battle where the army will be gathered together. When the fighters are gathered, the cavalry cannot fight. Supposing that there are 1,000 on the one hand and 8,000 on the other hand, every hoplites has its own shield that covers the left side of him and the right side of the other hoplites. And so the first hoplites in the right is not covered, but there is a general next to the first hoplites, so he can protect him. Do not imagine what we see today in a battlefield, but in ancient Greece, the general is in the first place and fights with the fighters. And we see that the two sides are ready and the battle begins, and they begin to reach, the two sides begin to reach each other. And we should point out that each hoplites has a very restricted vision of what is going on. There is a panic in the battlefield. The most important thing in the battlefield is which side will be in panic first. So there's some. The winner is the power who will attack. Maybe we will attack first. But because they will have, because the cavalry and the archers can attack. So the specialty of Spartans was that they did not disperse the line, because if someone attacks, the knights the hoplites will be dispersed, but Spartans did not do that. They stayed focused, and then there was the conflict with the spears, and the spears were straight because it was much easier to attack with a straight spear over the shield of the other side, because then it's more difficult. And the opponent was immediately dead or seriously injured. And then there was pushing, and the spears had a tight edge, and there were also those with the shields. And the thing is, who would be the first in panic? Because the Spartans were always very well prepared, and their opponents were much more. It was much more possible for their opponents to be in panic. And then, if the opponent was in panic and began to run, then the battle was over. So you could see more shields in the battlefield than deads or seriously injured. So, because the opponent was beginning to run. Because then the Hoplites did not chase them because the armor was very heavy, so they just waited. The purpose in ancient Greek war was to not kill the opponent, but after the battle, we say that, okay, our conflict was about this land. You lose, we win, so it's okay. In this sector, Spartans were the best. It is important to say that Pericles decided not to fight with Spartans. He did not want to fight with Spartans in battlefield, because Spartans had a very big had many allies. So now this kind of war, and I am going to conclude, to sum up, was perfectioned later from Macedonians, and giving the Alexander the Great the opportunity to reach India, and was also it was also adopted by the Roman Empire. It was not very famous in the Middle Ages, and later on it began to be famous again, and now we see dense popularity in army. And only in a 19th century we see that this kind of battle line was not adopted anymore, because there were bombs, there were weapons, etc. But it began from the agricultural city-states from southern Greece, and was developed later in Europe till the middle of 19th century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a quarter of a time to ask questions for the both of speakers, the previous speakers. Maybe if we had some more time for the next speaker. Would you like to answer the questions afterwards? But I'd say that Mr. Guarmenos, Professor Guarmenos may stay for at least 10 minutes more. we have a we will have a more relaxed dialogue conversation with Mr. Gouramendos another time. Is there any question in the audience? Okay, up there is a question. Today I feel so lucky because I heard about David Henson once I got into the audience room, who wrote the book Who Killed Homer, and another book, Fills with Our Dreams, which could be a movie, but because he's a farmer, when he was in his vineyards, they had no they had no lovers, they had no personal lives. It's been quite difficult in my agricultural life, but always love was a key to solving all problems. But I'm quite disappointed that David Henson supported Donald Trump. But is there any question pertaining to the speeches? But I just heard when I got into the room that there would be a discussion about Spartan Mejia. Could I just make a remark on one or 2 points? It's Mr. Platias. I'm not sure that I can see Mr. Harris. Good morning. Very nice. I think that it's quite important. The remark of Mr. Papasoteriou was a great one when it comes to strategy, to Greek strategy. Me and Mr. Koliopoulos, we have written articles on Thucydides' strategy, or the strategy in Byzantium. But all the articles in English, like Mr. Papasoteriou or Koliopoulos, but the thing that you did, the importance of Greek strategy throughout the centuries to today is something quite important, and that's something that you should be doing in the next years, from ancient Greece to the modern world. The second remark that I would like to make was the fact that the development of those arguments, the arguments of Mr. Papasoteriou, was great, but just before Xerxes began his expedition, there was a dialogue. And exactly the same way of war was described. Persians were discussing the way Greeks fight each other in battle lines, one against the other, and it was considered as ridiculous. The way Persians fought was, at least according to Herodotus, was actually more multi-dimensional than the Western today's way of fighting. And the third thing that I would like to say has to do with the Navy, saying that Navy wars were less expensive, actually, but the agricultural war, the war of hoplites, was much more expensive. Infantry was essential. Farmers were essential so that they could carry the heavy armor, and then less rich farmers could not bear the armor. They had lighter armors. And Athens just skipped this way of fighting. But this kind of war actually entailed national money, not individual wealth. So we have actually a development of fighting and of war. Is actually a development of the DNA of the identity of the city-state. And afterwards, the war against Sparta was a war based on the navy. It was actually another kind of war with less drawbacks. And Spartiates had difficulty in living Peloponnese. Athenians actually tried to expand themselves in all of the other places except for Peloponnese, and they could only do that with the navy, their naval forces. As we can see in Sicily, they had some goals, they had goals that they could not afford. They didn't have the resources to reach their final goals. This model of war that was described from Mr. Papasotiriou, which was quite pertaining to Sparta, was found less effective than the way Athenians fought. They were not that wise, actually. But I'm actually in accordance with what you say. Thank you, Mr. Papasotiriou.
We are going to continue. Mr. Platias, if you could stay for the next round of questions after Dr. Grammenos' speech. We should say that the mayor of Sparta is here. I'm Mrs. Zacharaki, a president of the association The Daughters of Penelope. Vice Mayor, excuse me. Now, our last speaker for this session is Dr. Athanasios Grammenos, who is going to talk about beyond the aegis, causes and consequences of the rise of Sparta to regional hegemony after Peloponnesian War. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. President of the Institute, dear attendees, I am very pleased that after a long time of lockdown, we have the opportunity to be here together and discuss these themes, and that we can connect them with today's reality and today's history, because this is the point of history to teach us about the future. And it is an honor to be here in Beyond the Aegis. I was here in 2019 and 2021, so I am embracing the pandemic. And my speech, my research has as a target to discover some parts of the international system of considering the activities of Sparta and its political evolution and development. So, we're going to see this in the future. I think that the ancient Sparta is very interesting in the research because it is a state that has been is remembered as an oligarchic state, a military state, but it has its own physiognomy. We should point out here that if someone sees Hollywood or comics or art in general, as she has depicted ancient Sparta, we see that there's a total different image from what Sparta is. We see that there's something that ancient Sparta is something totally different from what we see in art and the local art. Sparta is not what art depicts, Leonidas and the 300s of Thermopylae and testosterone and etc., what we saw in movies. Sparta began in its limited area, geographical area, but the developments and evolutions in the political system aided Sparta to develop and to expand. We discussed it yesterday again for this theme. I'm going to reveal everything today. The purpose of this research is to examine the nature, causes, and consequences of this historical development in order to understand the mechanism that led to the rise and fall of this city. In order to achieve this, we will refer to the critical historical events. We will separate the system from the internal parameters, and we will reach a general conclusion. So this conference is something innovative because it is about international relationships, and it is something very rare that an institute that is not academic refers to this theme. Because today, due to globalization, we need to explain this theme, the international relationships. So let's see what international relationships are. International relations have competing theories for the analysis of related phenomena. There is an important gap in order that we need to explain the systematic theories that explain this system, and there are the internal theories that emphasize the internal parameters of police, for example, the political system, the economy, etc. This is the systemic theory. But there are also internal theories that emphasize the internal parameters of foreign policies. For example, the political system, the economy, the personalities of a political system. And this is part of the analysis of external policies. But these are more technical issues, so I'm not going to analyze them today. This paper acknowledges that the conditions under which Sparta flourished and declined are very different from modern ones. Therefore, it attempts to analyze the object of the theoretical and tools from the ethic. And the ethic is different from the past, and it is an archetype model, especially from the Peloponnesian War and Thucydides. And when we refer to today, we refer to the Westphalian model. So, I will try to analyze the object with the theoretical tools of neoclassical realism. So, neoclassical realism is an approach that tries to bridge the above gap, because it takes into account the nature of international system. It wants to explain the magnetic forces of power, because there are also internal factors such as culture, government, social cohesion, and the agenda of the respective elites. So we need to explain this in the case of Sparta externally, and we do not see what is behind what is in that we call a Sparta. We are going to see how the issues of neoclassical realism explain Sparta. The historical background, I think that the events are very known. I'm not going to analyze them because we need to analyze the international system. Ancient Sparta had not shown a cosmopolitan character like Athens, but it had expressed early the need to exert influence on the regional subsystem of the Peloponnese. The conquest of Messenia in the 7th century BC served the consolidation of security in the West and the prospect of economic growth, because the helots had been transferred, and they were and there was the fear of the helots to be rebellion. And it is important to say that Sparta had developed a horizontal line of war, and it was very important for the Lacedaemon in the centuries to come. Sparta had many alliances in order to expand its interest. For example, Peloponnesian League, with many Peloponnesian cities. Another important thing that we learned from Thucydides is that Sparta had intent to oligarchic regimes like the Hippias, one of peace strategies in Athens. In the Median Wars, Sparta participated in order to defend Peloponnese. We should remember that Sparta did not send the army outside Peloponnese, but when it realized that the absence of the war would transfer the war in the Peloponnese and in the southern Greece, or the fact that the opposite result, meaning that the Athens would win alone the Persians, Sparta decided to take part in the war and decided to be in charge of the war, and it decided to withdraw in 477. So this was the fact that the Athens was to be called the protector of the Greeks against Persians, and we're going to see later that Sparta used communication in order to achieve its goals in the whole Greece. To this point, we can assume that Sparta, as far as strategy is concerned, is focusing especially in the Peloponnese. Our later Robert observes that in the Spartan politics there is a tendency which prescribes the imperialist project of the beginning in Sparta's history. The period of imperialism is a period when Sparta considers itself as the emperor of Greece, and the fact that it's a great power in Greece, but the fact that Athens decided to create walls around the city created a worry to Spartans. Because I should remind you that Athens offered the half of its fleet to the war of Salamine. So Sparta had some trade, wanted to. We see that Athens was very innovative as far as the navy is concerned, and it expanded all over the Aegean Sea and the Hellespont and the Black Sea. So the decision of Athens in the Peloponnesian War was to be protected from the wars, so that the Spartans would burn everything around the city and then they would be tired and gone. Thucydides also mentioned that, and Athens waited that the war would last about 3 or 4 years, but it lasted 30 years. But there was also hunger, like today's pandemic. So we could see that Sparta could not withdraw. So the war with Athens has the character of preemptive strike. Before Sparta entering the war, she had the reputation of being a freedom fighter, the heir of Agamemnon. It was a myth in order to gain the power she wanted, and in order to be able to protect the other cities. But later she had taxes. Sparta imposed taxes to the allies. In 412-411, Sparta with the king of Persia had an ally with the king of Persia, and she had to cede the Ionian cities. It had to return them to the Persians. But now Sparta needs to control the victory over Athens. In order to achieve it, Sparta was again in Aegean and Minor Asia, in order to obtain again the cities of Ionia when Kyros and Tissaphernes were in war. So Sparta decided to involve in the war between Persians, and it sent in a new war against Persia as a state, in order to protect the cities of Minor Asia from the revenges trend of Tissaphernes. In 396, King Agesilaos reaches Minor Asia, and then the war is magically transferred in Greece. So I presume that it was the reaching point of the Spartan imperialism, and then starts the different route in Sparta's history. The war Sparta lost the Ionian cities, and it had not the correct power to win the war. After Corinthian War, she had another big problem apaidia, meaning no children. A large amount of population had been killed in the successive wars, so there's no replace of people. There's no healthcare systems, and this was not observed by the ancient Greek, who lost everything in order to be the greater power. But Sparta had the greater problem from comparing to the other city-states of Greece. So Sparta goes to the second football league, who could say that, because she has not the population in order to be able to hold its position as a great power. So the conclusion, systemic conclusions. The conflict between Athens and Sparta is a milestone in the history of the cultural ensemble that we call it as a West. This is the archetype that we talked about it yesterday. According to Thucydides, today's researchers have developed many models like the preemptive strike. As the previous speaker said, there's the trap of Thucydides. It is the book that has been lately translated in Greek. In Greek is in the Τροχιά Πολέμου. Can US and China avoid the trap of Thucydides? And refers to the steady rise in Chinese power that worries its rival to such an extent that it is likely to seek a preemptive war to halt its cause in proportion to the start of the Peloponnesian War. So, this is a first difference. The second conclusion, there is the Snyder's theory that tell us that the international system rarely rewards expansionism and usually punishes it. There's overexpansion, meaning the sharp extension of power beyond the limits of force, which benefits some social groups, such as the army and the major economic interest. But we see that within the Spartan society, there are some competing interests like Gerousia and the people who wanted, and the fighters. Their taxes are coming, and there's a new elite in the society. But the society as a whole cannot follow these innovative movements. These facts were over the geographical, the historical power of Sparta, and afterwards Pyrrhus will come to the Peloponnese. As far as the interior things are concerned, the sharp rise in power and wealth had as a result the expansion of poverty and inequality, as Nothilic says. According to Catholics, one of the most important scholars of ancient Spartan, in the 4th century BC, the land came to be occupied by a small proportion of citizens. Aristotle pointed out the economic factors that weakened the city. Specifically, he refers to the ownership system and land inheritance, which contained the seed of oligarchy and decay. On the other hand, the laws of Sparta encouraged having many children, but it did not seem to be effective, and the problem was already visible since the beginning of the Peloponnesian War. The development of inequalities led to oligarchy and contributed to the decline of the Spartan model. And this elite exposed the city to dangers, poverty, and the example of a large proportion of population that was poor is very characteristic. And let us say again that there's a demographic problem, that the incessant involvement in wars has as a result the demographic shrinkage of Sparta. One war brought another, and the generation lost on the battlefield could not be made up. And this had as a result the derogation of the whole Greece to a Roman province. According to Todd, based on the reports of Xenophon and Aristotle, in 490 Sparta had 8,000 citizens in the Battle of Marathonus, and in 360 had less than 200 people. According to the above, we see that the rise of Sparta to hegemonic power in imperialistic terms is due to the anarchist nature of the political system, international system, but it had some internal springs. Nevertheless, it is estimated that the expansion of Sparta was from the start ready to fail, because the seed of the decline was in the same process of development and growth of Sparta, which was unable to develop into a hegemony or our empire. I hope that I was clear. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. We're actually seeing now Sparta through new eyes. There are very important things. Is there any question? Please just take the microphone. Okay, whoever asks a question might say their name or their profession. Good morning. I would like to thank you very much. Okay, I'm a military man. I'm in accordance with Mr. Gramenos to his analyzation through through his approach. But this preemptive blow, actually, this blocking thing that Sparta did to Athens, the thing that I have understand is that Sparta was a military power, but she was actually, it's actually quite different from Athens, because Athens did the same thing as Sparta did. Athens was actually isolationist at the same time that was expansionist in other areas of political interest. The same thing that happens with Sparta in this kind of level, from antiquity to today. For example, Sparta can be identified as the Germans, Hitler's Germany, or in the German alliance of the First World War, and the others are the Athenians. So we are going to ask the questions, and then Mr. Gramenos is going to answer. I actually agree to the fact that Sparta has been actually degraded through history from the point of views of everyone, due to its relation to the army. And their work was war, actually, and that's something that has identified Sparta with a quite a conservative image. Today's just like analyzing with today's criteria, of course, Sparta has different and maybe courageous or atrocious aspects, but that's not a historical analysis. When somebody wants to see Antiquity, the thing that he will just use criteria of today's freedom, for example, because, for example, in Athens, for example, you had rhetors, you had universities, etc. But that's something that has to do with the second level, the second question, because in Sparta, your main job was war, making war. We can distinguish actually what politics says to us. We may have a conservative democracy or a free one or a less conservative one. Whoever had rights to the political life could actually be a part of a democracy with kings. Nevertheless, if we say that its system has some democratical feature, they are conservative features, democratic features. Today, we can discern democracies to conservative and liberal democracies, and there is a big difference between them. For example, USA's terminology, we are using USA's terminology actually. In Sparta, we actually say that it was an oligarchy because this exact elite would decide for everyone else in the system. There are many institutions and procedures and some democratic features for someone less or more, but Athens remains to our minds a more democratic regime because it has more liberal features.
I look Mr. Grameno's opinion about classical realism, and I enjoy it, but I would like to point out that neoclassical realism in action exists in Thucydides. That is the complex realism. Thucydides shows us a systemic analysis of the war, but at the same time, he talks about the importance of relations. Concluding that Athens lost the war, he explains that this volatile and democracy filled with people who wanted to push their opinion resulted in the loss of the war. At the same time, he explains that the role of the leaders was extremely important. Themistocles created a different Athens. He created a naval force. Athens became from an agricultural city into a naval empire. He gains capital. Pericles used the situation very well. Alcibiades, he took an empire and destroyed it. What we today call neoclassical realism is based in Thucydides and his three main the 3 points he uses to explain people. Those 3 aspects coexist. Neoclassic scholars are inspired by Thucydides, by his works, and he is the creator of neoclassical realism. About your second question, I agree with you. The Second War was a preventive war and not a preemptive war. The preemptive war means that someone is ready to attack you in the next hours, and before he manages to attack, you react first. The Peloponnesian War was a war that before you see someone getting ready and you try to stop them before they are. The second question about Sparta. Sparta is glorified because of the Battle of Thermopyles. Mainly, even though there were a lot of difficult and negative things about Sparta, it remains that such a small city with few soldiers, they managed through strategic planning to have a great result. This is something that almost never happens, and it is the result of very good planning. There were very few resources, very few strategic advantages, very few able-bodied soldiers. But even though they had so little, they managed so great results. The Sophrosini, as I've talked about before, the prudence was very important in this. As a result, the Spartan model is talked about until today and is considered an archetype because it has contributed so much. Of course, there are negative things and we have talked about them in length, but in general, Sparta continues, looking through the bibliography written each year, Sparta continues to be an inspiration for studies for many. Finally, in ancient Rome, ideas such as republicanism were borrowed, and they borrowed ideas from Sparta, the two kings, the two Hippati, the Gerousia, and so many other structures. This system, with checks and balances, is called today republicanism. It is very interesting to look at the parallelism between the system of Sparta with how modern day systems work. Ephori are elected. You have the Gerousia, and at the same time you have the number one, the ruler. Aspects of Sparta's political system are today in China, and it is very interesting that the question of as to what political system is the best, there is no answer to this question. As Dr. Gramenos said, we can never know, but as Thucydides showed, in order to win the war, perhaps the Spartan system provides more stability and is more effective. This analysis was done by Spinoza when he talked about the political systems. He talked about democracy, a better system, but the oligarchical systems are better suited to winning wars. Thank you very much. A very quick, I would like to say something very quick. I'm very glad about this conversation. What I would like to say is that if the army and the strategic decisions and the strategy of war was enough, then in some ways Sparta would have come to power again after the Battle of Leuctra. Sparta, after losing the Peloponnesian War, became once more a very great power and was able to battle against Thiva for the political power. So, looking into today's world and how it has evolved, the more freedom we have, I believe that we are much more able to survive. War isn't the end. A city can win a war and lose all its power, or exactly the opposite. And now for the final question, Nikos Kanelopoulos, Ionian University. I would like to point out that Dr. Koliopoulos said yesterday that Sparta was an archetype. It was an archetype of how a nation should work because it worked for 300 years, and that is something that truly unique for this era. But you pointed out, Dr. Gramenos, that Sparta was almost certain to fail because the way it worked and its structures had some problems. I find those two ideas very interesting, and I would also like to ask about Thucydides' preventive war, especially in situations where nations expand too quickly. But I do not believe that this can work in today's world because of technology. For example, the use of aid to have a preventive war with China, while we have atomic bombs, we watch the results of this in the story with Cuba. I think that today this cannot be applied. I don't think anyone else mentioned that before. Dr. Platias would like to start? Look, there are two different things. On the one hand, the Peloponnesian War was preemptive or preventive. It was a preventive war. It is very clear that. On the second question, now, if this model can be applied today, it can in specific situations. If this model can be applied in the Chinese-American antagonism, well, the answer is not clear. Yes, the use of a cannot have a preemptive war with China, as they cannot have a war as we know it, but that doesn't mean that at a higher level of strategy, war is not happening with different means. War is happening with the efforts to destroy the adversary and to diminish the adversary's power. In order for the adversary to fail, for example, this is how the West and the USA won the war against the USSR. The USSR had atomic bombs, but they did not manage to win. It wasn't a war fought with classical means, with guns. We can look at the adversion between China and the US of A and see that it is a different type of war. The US of A fought against terrorism and fought with China on the world system. The US of A tried to fight China by helping China improve economically, by hoping that China would move towards a more democratic state, but that did not happen. In war, we do not only use strategic measures, we use economic, technological, and many other things. We're experiencing this type of war today. At this moment, a preemptive war is happening against China, a war that isn't fought with traditional means, a war that tries to stop the rise of China, the technological and economical rise, in order for the US of A to expand their influence. Thucydides continues to, and Sparta continue to be very useful today. Thank you. On the second part, I agree with Dr. Platias. The means have changed, but the analogy exists. The technology can help and hack whole states, and we have seen this happening in many different cases, even between Greece and Turkey. The sides of the Ministry of Defense have faced problem, and this is a type of asymmetrical war. one quick comment about the archetype and the loss of power. As an archetype, I see the trap of Thucydides, because the war between two great powers is the archetype for me. Sparta could not move and could not improve. If Sparta had changed its position and had changed, if Sparta could do as Rome did, and if it had managed to win and control the whole of Peloponnese, they would have managed to conquer the whole of Greece, as did the Macedonians later. It is very important to look at the archetypical relation between Athens and Sparta and see if it is something that happened in other time during history. We will have the chance to discuss even more. Today we have the mayor of Sparta, Petro Douka, if he would like to say a quick word. Will you tell us about how Sparta will conquer the world, having learned lessons from its past? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Ms. Kanelopoulou to have brought so many people to speak about Sparta, a city that is quite important for all civilization, or for the Western civilization. It has many personalities that can actually compete with other ancient cities or the Roman Empire. For example, the 300 of Leonidas, Gorgo, Archidamia. Do you know who was Archidamia? She was a Spartan mother, and when Sparta was sieged, actually, the Gerousia decided to send all mothers and children of Sparta to Crete to save them. She went into the procedures of the Gerousia and she said that we are not going anywhere, we're staying in Sparta. And they actually managed to save the city from Pyrrhus, who was actually in his best era of conquering. Other kings of Sparta that made everything possible to prevent the Peloponnesian War. And to my mind, the Peloponnesian War was a case, a hypothesis of Pericles. And Archidamos actually did whatever he could to prevent this war. He thought that he could find a way out, but Pericles persuaded Athenians with his rhetoric tools that Athenians should not actually be persuaded by any Spartan to stop the war. And that's something that made the allies of Athens to make the Peloponnesian War. But the Gerousia and the kings of Sparta were against that war. The Ephorus and the less wealth people of Sparta were the ones that actually had enough with this situation and wanted just to fight the Athenians. It seems that the majority of people didn't want this war, and there were lines for or against the war, and those who were against the war, as Thucydides says, were pushed to go to the right just to be for this war against Athens. So we have great personalities, Agesilaos, Isótheos, who, while returning from Persia, stopped in Samothraki, and the people coming from where told him that you are actually Sothos, which means equal to God, and we are going to declare you as a god. And he said that you should actually declare yourself gods, and I'm going to Sparta. Other personalities, quite important, for example, personality with no children, who could not fight at Thermopylae because he had no children, made it somehow and told the girl to that he had children so that he could actually fight. Other strategic issues and policies of pertaining to the Carchedonians and the Carchedonian policies with the Roman powers. Other personalities, Callicratidas, for example, who helped the Syracusans to win the Athenians, and many, many other personalities and names. As I said before, Sparta is a birthplace of the Western civilization. First of all, for the first time in history, there was the institution of democracy as the most important institution of the regime. Like Lycurgus did that. Everyone in the Apella can vote, while in Athens, the voting right was just to the wealthier citizens. And after the institution of Lycurgus, everyone could just vote. While in Athens, for example, they could not just move on to the hierarchy and decide many things in Athens, but in Sparta, the less wealthy citizens could actually take a place of making decisions. The difference between democracy and republicanism, is a great one. The one in Sparta, everyone had lots and territory, and they could actually vote. All the homoioi actually voted. In Athens, we have a voting right, but no decision-making power to the less wealthier. In the democracy of Athens, we have a difference with Sparta. We have in Sparta, actually, we have the idea of republicanism because everyone takes part, participates in decision-making procedures and processes. The simple people, the people of the lower categories can actually vote and decide and participate in politics. The ephorus in Sparta, as the idea of the ephorus was actually to just to be decided by luck. They should not be voted for because everyone is equal there. That's the category of homoioi actually in Sparta. So the ephorus, it's not actually clear what happened with the ephorus, but to my mind, they were just elected by chance. They were not voted for or against. Two loyal houses in Sparta, because of the two kings, they were commanders-in-chief. In case of war, it is taking, this whole idea is taken from the institution and the constitution of Lycurgus. And they have actually studied the Spartan constitution, which was actually made again in Rome, in the Roman Empire. All those features were taken from the Spartan constitution, and the fact that only the USA has a president and a vice president is just because um, they have taken the feature of the two kings from Sparta. That's a copy, actually. And Madison and Harrington actually, who analyzed the Spartan constitution, tell us all those things. Americans actually copied the Spartan Jerusalem, 28 people in the Jerusalem was the actual filter between the simple people and the two kings. That was the first time that we can see, from the first times that we can see public and free of charge educational systems, so that Spartan children could be in the agoge and turn into powerful and free men, just to be free from every tyrannic regimes or people who wanted to establish a tyrannic regime. So that the idea of the agoge was exactly that all Spartan children could have the same education, and secondly, there should not be a difference. And secondly, they should not be. They should be able to just be able to fight any tyrannic regime. And Plutarch says that when Agesilaus was told that he was going to be the last in the chorus, that was an inferior place actually, and he knew that he was going to become the king actually, and the other children were mocking him. As today's children do today, and that's this type of democracy. You could mock your peers, and Yesilos said that it's not the place that makes the man, but the man that makes the place, and that's the first time in history that we have a completely free of charge educational system, public system. And the effort of social equity, we have actually the record that says that the Laconian fields were just cut into lots and pieces and were given to all the people of Sparta. And we have, and just they said to Lycurgus that we are going to do whatever you say, Lycurgus. All these things happen for the first time in the history of humanity even, and many say that if Sparta was a military regime, I disagree. It was a clearly democratic regime, and the best men were driven through the agoge, the educational system of Sparta, and where you knew who was the best runner. It was not a vague thing. You could see from the Spartan education who was the best, and it was not at all a militaristic regime or system. It was actually a result of political decisions. Phrasidas, for example, a great general who fought whenever he could and who won when he fought, he had no power to impose himself one or two efforts to change the regime, for example, as Kinadonos, had no result. There was no case where the Spartan regime could actually change. It was so stable. For 600 years, the succession in political power was actually stable and balanced. Even if we have cases like the Marathos, for example, you had a stable political regime, and the, and he was he was thought that he wasn't a legitimate king, so he never became a king. You're, he was told that he was half Athenian and not an actual Spartan, so
There are many interesting examples, and we need to point out that all ancient Greeks were thought that Spartans were best, and Athenians were more talkative, but Sparta had the power in land and in war, and it was something very innovative in ancient Greece. So in Sparta there were no there were wild, but this wildness was the result of the Peloponnesian War. But we need to point out that the whole Greeks considered Spartans as the great power in Greece. They found their representatives in Sparta, and they referred to Sparta when they said that we are going to rebel. So they said that we cannot consider minor races considered outside Sparta, so we cannot interfere. So they turned to Athens for help. They blowed up the navy, and they came back, and Darius began to organize these expansions. So this is when Sparta started to participate in wars outside Peloponnese. So this was this is the why Sparta is considered so democratic, because, for example, Hippias in Athens, he was sent in Athens from Sparta. In Sicyonia and in other cities, Sparta imposed democratic regimes and no oligarchic regimes. I would not say a lot of things. Their target was to humiliate Argos, and their goal was to have the Peloponnesian League, a democratic that was a democratic league, the Delian League. In the Delian League, it was not democratic. For 600 years, Sparta was the protector of all the Peloponnese, and lost in the the peace of Antiquity, where the king of Sparta gave the Ionian cities and Cyprus to Persians, and this was the starting point of the decline of Sparta. So in the end, apart from the efforts of Cleomenes, things were worse, and so this was the decline. This was the decline of Sparta. Well, congratulations to this conference and the organization of this conference. We will always participate in that. So the president of Institute of Sparta will give you the pin. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here, and the Vice Mayor. We give everyone, all the attendees, a present, a symbol of olive tree in the linear B, an olive as an olive as a symbol of peace. As we're talking about international relations, Sparta, and this theme, Sparta, the olive is is a symbol of friendship, of peace, of cooperations. This is the perfect gift for this attendee for this conference. Thank you for being here, and I think that it was you helped us a lot in the organization of this conference. Thank you very much.
Dear President, one moment, please. I would like to thank Ms. Kakuri, Dejada, and Panagoulia, which are the interpreters of this conference. They are finalizing their studies at the Ionian University in the Department of Translation and Interpreting, and with the help of their professor, Dr. Papa, they are helping us. I would like also to thank the president of their department, Dr. Livas, who collaborated with us and helped the interpreters help come here. And I'm glad that those young individuals, they have decided to take this very heavy burden. I would also like to thank the Department of Sciences and that has lent us this space, and that despite those difficult COVID times, and Dr. Alexopoulos decided to allow us to use this space, realizing that this conference as an international conference and a scientific conference, and that this space would help us have as many people as possible. Thank you.
And now I'm afraid that there is we were a little late. There's a 10-minute for coffee break.
Νομίζω ότι είμαστε έτοιμοι να ξεκινήσουμε. Ωραία, έκλεισε και η μουσική. Λοιπόν.
Θα καταχρωστώ το χρόνο σας, αλλά οφείλω...
I will take some of your time, but I will have to make a remark here. The thing that you've been hearing in the interval session, it's the hymnos of the music Taietis, with the agricultural, organized by the agricultural organization, and it is dedicated to the Spartathlon.
Ωραία. Οπότε, σας καλωσορίζω και εγώ.
I'm welcoming you, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. I would like you to give me some time to thank Ms. Kanelopoulou and the Institute of Sparta for this excellent organization and the conduction of the conference, something that successfully we managed. It's an honor for me to be a part of this because due to our involvement in the Amyclaion works, Sparta is our new home. And all the speeches that we've heard till now are so important and and have so much quality, because possibly we've lost much time. I will be more strict, and I will just please tell every speaker to follow the 20 minutes time span that they have in their speech. And we will start with Mr. David Phillips with his with his speech with the title of Spartan Mychia.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα. Θα ήθελα να εκφράσω τις
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank Ms. Kanelopoulou and all the members of the board of the Institute of Sparta for the invitation and the opportunity given to me to be here today. Thank you very much, and I will be speaking in English from now on.
Plutarch concludes his treatment of the Lycurgan regulations on marriage and procreation with praise and an illustrative anecdote, which you can see on the screen on handout number 1.
Dr. Phillips, excuse me, μπορούμε να χαμηλώσουμε μήπως τα φώτα μπροστά στην οθόνη για να φαίνεται καλύτερα?
It seems that we have a technical problem. Could we just make the light so that we can all see the handouts? We are okay.
Herodotus, a Spartiate of the distant past, was asked by a foreigner what penalty the Spartans inflicted on moichoi. Now a note on terminology. Moicheia, mychia, is best translated in English as seduction, not adultery, and moichos, michos, as seducer, not adulterer, since the offense did not require the female party to be married. Mychia is the illicit seduction of a woman without the consent of her kyrios. Herodotus answered the foreigner by asserting that there were no moichoi in Sparta. And what if there were one, asked the foreigner. Herodotus responded that he would be fined a bull large enough to extend its head over Mount Aegitos and drink from the Eurotas. How could there be a bull that large, asked the foreigner. To which Herodotus replied, how could there be a moichos in Sparta? Plutarch took this anecdote nearly verbatim from one of his Spartan apothegms, in which the Spartiate is named Gerodatas, and the foreigner explains his initial question by his failure to locate any Lycurgan law on the topic. Setting aside the hypothetical Lakonian bull of heaven, whose significance lies only in the possibility that Spartan law once denominated fines in oxen, this anecdote presents two problems. When in the remote past would Plutarch place this mythical prelapsarian Sparta, and what was the penalty for moicheia at Sparta? Plutarch posits his view of a chaste Lycurgan Sparta in direct contradiction to the tradition reported by Aristotle that Lycurgus tried to get the women of Sparta to obey his laws, but gave up when they resisted. By the time of Aristotle, Spartan women were stereotyped as sexually promiscuous. The archetype, naturally enough, was Helen, as you can see in Numbers 3 and 4. But Helen poses no problem for Plutarch, since he dates Lycurgus 3 centuries after her. Far greater obstacles to Plutarch's myth of a moicheia-free Sparta are the first two of the following 4 well-attested historical cases of actual or suspected moicheia that bore major ramifications for Spartan domestic and foreign affairs. Case 1, the Partheniae and Taras, handout number 5. In 706, the Partheniae, illegitimate children of Spartan women and Helot men born during the First Messenian War, were expelled from Sparta to establish the colony of Taras. Significantly, the Partheniae were numerous enough to throw their native state into turmoil by plotting revolution, and then to found a successful colony. Case 2, handout number 6, Demaratus and his mother. In 491, King Demaratus was deposed from the Europontid throne on grounds of illegitimate birth. His supposed father Ariston's immediate reaction upon learning of Demaratus's birth had been to declare that Demaratus could not be his son, since the birth occurred only 6 months after he had married Demaratus' mother. Ariston later recanted and acknowledged Demaratus as his son, but his initial reaction was almost certainly correct. In Antiquity, a baby born several months premature had poor chances of survival, and Ariston had not fathered a child by either of his 2 previous wives. Demaratus' birth occasioned a paternity controversy involving 3 candidates in addition to Ariston, namely his mother's former husband Aegitus, the hero Astrabacus, and the household's helot donkey keeper. According to Herodotus, shortly before Demaratus fled into exile, he reassured his mother that if any of the allegations were true, she would have plenty of company. And she herself admitted that she was not sure who his father was. If not Ariston, she said it was Astrabacus, who assumed the form of Ariston and visited her 2 nights after their wedding. Given the famed religiosity of the Spartans, she may actually have believed this, but it is more likely that she was saving face for herself and her son as best she could, and Demaratus had in fact been fathered by Aegitus or the donkey keeper. Case 3, handout number 7, Alcibiades and Timea. In 412, the Spartan state issued a death warrant for Alcibiades, who had seduced Timea, the wife of King Aegis II, and impregnated her with the supposititious Eurypontid heir Leotychidas. Leotychidas accordingly was denied the throne upon the death of Aegis. Plutarch knew these facts, and he must also have known of the traditions concerning the Parthenai and Demaratus. These traditions prove that the Spartans were familiar with the term and concept of moicheia, which after all goes back to Homer, long before the Navarch Callicratidas warned Conon the Athenian in the summer of 406 that he would make him stop fornicating with the sea. Note that Xenophon preserves the Spartan Doric form moichonta. Since Plutarch places the end of the Lycurgan regime in the reign of Aegis II, the Timea case does not invalidate his vision of an ancient chaste Sparta. His stated reason for positing the reign of Aegis as the end of an era was the massive influx of coinage brought to Sparta by Lysander upon the conclusion of the Peloponnesian War. Elsewhere, though, he places most of the blame on the Retra of Epitadius, which contravened the Lycurgan constitution both in form, since it was a written law, and in substance. It replaced the Lycurgan system of inherited kleroi, passed from father to son, with freedom of gift and bequest of real property. In all probability, this Retra belongs to the reign of Aegis, before the end of the Peloponnesian War, and possibly before the affair of Alcibiades and Timea. In any case, though, even if the Timea case very briefly predated the end of Plutarch's Lycurgan era, it was at the very least, in Plutarch's mind, something of a harbinger. Finally, we must consider the monumental effects that the preceding cases had on the course of Spartan and broader Greek history. If the Parthenai had remained in Sparta and succeeded in their revolution, the famed Spartan eunomia might have lasted a very brief time indeed. If Demaratus had not lost his throne, fled to the court of Darius, and served as an advisor to Xerxes, would Darius have appointed Xerxes his successor? If so, how might the course of the Second Persian War have been affected if Demaratus had been fighting Xerxes instead of advising him? And if not, would that war even have taken place? If Alcibiades had remained in Spartan service, how would the rest of the Peloponnesian War have played out? Case 4, Acrotatus and Chilonis, number 8. Too late to be relevant to Plutarch's myth of Lycurgan chastity, but significant nonetheless, is the blatant affair carried out between Acrotatus, the son of King Arius I, and Chilonis, the wife of Cleonymus. Desirous of the kingship and enraged at his wife's infidelity, in 272, Cleonymus invited Pyrrhus of Epirus to attack Sparta. When the assault came, Chilonis placed a noose around her neck so that if the city were captured, she would not fall into her husband's hands. Acrotitus fought so valiantly in the first day's successful resistance that some of the elderly men of Sparta followed him through the city, shouting, "Go, Acrotitus, and mount Chilonis, just be sure to make brave sons for Sparta." And so they did, at least eventually. Their son Arius II appears on an inscription at Delphi as King Arius, son of King Acrotitus and Queen Chilonis. The importance of this case lies in several things. First, in contrast to all previous cases, in this one the moichos was definitely a Spartiate. Second, this was not an instance of wife sharing, which I will discuss presently. Cleomenes did not approve the arrangement. Indeed, it was the proximate cause of his inviting Pyrrhus to invade. Third, the affair between Acrotitus and Chilonis not only went unpunished, but was enthusiastically encouraged by their fellow Spartans. Moreover, Acrotitus went on to succeed his father to the Aegiad throne, and his and Chilonis' son, Arius II, succeeded him. Although presumably Chilonis' marriage to Cleonymus ended by divorce or his death, and she married Acrotitus before the birth of Arius II, thus rendering him legitimate, it is still worth noting the contrast with the cases of Demaratus and Leotychidas. Among all the cases above, the only actual offender, that is, moichos or paramour, to suffer adverse consequences was Alcibiades. But this was clearly a special case. Alcibiades was a foreigner, Agis was a king, and the legitimacy of the crown prince was a matter of particular concern. The Alcibiades episode tells us nothing about the normal treatment of moichoi at Sparta. In fact, we have no good evidence for what the remedies for moicheia might have been, so in this final section, I will offer some conjectures. The uniquely Spartan practice of wife sharing, handout number 9, has fascinated scholars since antiquity. According to Xenophon, later paraphrased by Plutarch, Lycurgus made it so that an old man with a young wife might invite another man to have children by her, and he also made it lawful that a man who wanted to have children without taking a wife might procreate with a married woman, provided that he persuaded her husband. And, says Xenophon, many such arrangements were made. Already by the time of the First Messenian War, according to Polybius, it was long-standing common practice for 3 or 4 men, or even more in the case of brothers, to share a wife, and it was honorable and common for a man who had had enough children to give his wife away to a friend. The possibility of legal sex with another man's wife reduced the incidence of moicheia at Sparta, but did not eliminate it, unless we are somehow to believe that the 350 to 400 years separating Lycurgus from Agis contained not a single jealous Spartan husband, not to mention the Spartan father or brother who disapproved of the lover of his unmarried sister or daughter. Our sources all emphasize the necessity of the husband's prior consent to his wife's extramarital affair. And it is simply inconceivable that every Spartan man who wanted to have sex with a Spartan woman who was not his wife both requested and obtained the permission of her Kyrios. In his monograph, Spartan Law, Douglas McDowell proposed that the rule about moicheia, observed in the early period but not later, must have been that a man might not have sexual intercourse with another man's wife unless the husband gave permission, nor with an unmarried woman unless, being unmarried himself, he carried her off to keep her in his own house, which would constitute marriage. I would modify this formulation by positing that the Kyrios of the unmarried woman must consent to the marriage by abduction, either before, during, or after the fact. The absence of Lycurgan moicheia law, noted by Geraudus' interlocutor, is neither surprising nor very significant. His comment reflects, at most, the lack of a written law of evident antiquity governing the offense. In fact, though, there is no reason we should expect the Spartans to have a written law of moicheia. Lycurgus himself did not write down his laws, handout number 10. He was active before the First Messenian War and thus before or just during the advent of Greek alphabetic literacy. By the classical period, the laws of Lycurgus referred by shorthand to the body of Spartan law, irrespective of post-Lycurgan developments. The so-called Lycurgan Retra, prohibiting written law, was a later development, and the prohibition was in abeyance by the date of the Retra of Epitadius. But even after that date, the great majority of Spartan law remained unwritten. Written laws will have been predominantly those that introduced significant alterations to older law, and we have no reason to believe that any such novelty affected the law of moicheia between Lycurgus and the end of the classical period at the earliest. The Spartan law of moicheia, then, was not statutory, but rather customary and unwritten. How might offenders have been punished? No Spartan woman is attested as suffering any ill effects on account of moicheia. As for Spartan men, the existence of punishments for moicheia is highly likely in light of the prevalence of such punishments for a variety of offenses, in particular those concerning marriage. Handout number 11. Spartan law and custom punished men who were guilty of failure to marry, agamion, contracting a bad marriage, kakogamion, or contracting a late first marriage, opsigamion. These penalties for violating Spartan marriage law strongly suggest that similar penalties applied to moichoi. The ephors, as we see in handout number 12, had the right to inflict summary fines on anyone for any reason. So if they wished, they might fine a moichos on their own authority. The individual ephors also possessed jurisdiction over ordinary lawsuits. So if the penalty was limited to a fine, the lawsuit will presumably have been judged by an individual ephor, with sufficiently serious cases possibly coming before the College of Ephors. But only the Gerousia could impose a penalty of death, exile, or disfranchisement upon a Spartiate, so if such a penalty was available and sought, that body must have judged the lawsuit. To these potential processes at law, we can add the possibility of self-help remedies, handout number 13. In various parts of the Greek world, a man who caught a moichos in flagrante with one of his female relatives had the power to punish the moichos on his own authority. Punishments might include detention for ransom, physical abuse, including the infamous radish, and even death. We may safely assume that Spartiate captors were permitted at least to beat the moichos. Those who beat each other for no reason as boys surely have been allowed to do so for good reason as men. Whether they might legally employ more severe measures is largely a matter of pure conjecture. Certainly, a helot moichos could be killed on the spot, since, as we see in handout number 14, the ephors' annual declaration of war against the helots made them public enemies, subject to death at the hands of any Spartiate at any time for any reason. Perioikic moichoi could be put to death by order of the ephors, who could execute without trial any perioikos they wished. So even if a Spartiate captor was not legally entitled to kill, he could execute a summary arrest, hail the offender before the ephors, and have them do it. We have no reliable means to judge whether the captor's license to kill extended to Spartiate moichoi. Such a right was widespread but not universal in the Greek world, as we see in handout number 15. But as the other Greeks were well aware, the Spartans were different, handout number 16. But we return to firmer ground in regard to the case where a captor killed illegally, either because he lacked the legal authority to do so, or because he lied about the circumstances of capture and had not in fact apprehended his victim in the Act of Moichea. Lawsuits for homicide fell under the jurisdiction of the Gerousia. The penalty upon conviction, as we see in handout 17, was almost certainly death or exile. Thus, such a killer might suffer the fate of the hero Hyetus, item 18, who caught Melurus in bed with his wife, killed him on the spot, and in consequence had to flee Argos. And so I conclude this series of speculations about the Spartan law of Moichea, and with it this paper, on a welcome note of at least relative certainty. Thank you very much. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Sharp on time, and you put fire on us, Dr. Phillips, with this very interesting, intriguing subject. Πάμε στην επόμενη...
Moving on now to the PhD candidate Apostolos Papiomitoglu, PhD candidate in Ancient History of the University of Crete, Spartans, and the Ptolemies. The case of Agesilaus, Ptolemies. I will remind you again 5 minutes before. I would like to thank the organization committee for this amazing conference, and all those who are with us today will start immediately because time is short. It is a fact that the references in the modern literature about the relations of Sparta with the rulers of Ptolemaic Egypt are minimal and sporadic, and they revolve for the most part around the events of the Chremonidean War, when after his victory against the Pyrrhus of Epirus in 272 BC, Antigonus Gonatas tried to restore the power of the kingdom of Macedonia, including its naval power. This conjuncture was a threat to Ptolemaic interests in the Aegean, which during the first decades of the 3rd century belonged firmly to the sphere of interest of the Antigones and the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies II of Philadelphia attempted to destabilize Antigonus Gonatas by building an anti-Macedonian alliance on Greek soil, in which Athens, Sparta, and their allies participated. The so-called Chremonidean Resolution, an Attic inscription dated to the end of August 268 BC, informs that Philadelphos has already made an alliance with Sparta, as well as with Athens, before the declaration of war. It is worth noting that this resolution reflects the dynamic role played by Sparta in the international developments of the early Hellenistic period, as the joint references to Arya I by the royal family of the Aegiades and the Lacedaemonians in the state entity he represents are frequent, while at the same time they indicate the special position in terms of personal projection which the king himself sought. It is not. Could we have the screen full screen? Thank you very much. One moment, please. One moment. This pursuit of the king's personal projection in the internal arena can be traced to the coins minted by Areas for the first time in Spartan history, but also to the statues elected in honor by his allies. Elias and Ptolemy II in Olympia erected Andriades, probably dated immediately before the declaration of war. The testimonies, such as inscribed in the base of a statue of Areas found in the fountain of the sanctuary of Artemis in Archomedos, Arcadias, dating to 266 BC, underline the king's favor to the ruler and the rule of the city, and all the Greeks, as they are called in another inscription of the period 285-265, which describes the assignment of Ptolemy II in honor of Areos. if one wanted to briefly describe the image that Areas promotes of himself and consequently of the Spartans of his time on the eve of the Cremonidian War, the basic elements would be the leadership in the common struggle of the Greeks and the prestigious position in the international situations through the special favor of King Ptolemy. In other words, the propagandistic value of the statue of Olympia is strengthened if one accepts the hypothesis that the statue of Areas was erected next to the statue of Ptolemy the Savior and his wife Berenice I of Egypt, commissioned by the Ptolemaic Admiral Callicrates from Samos. In this case, Areas would be presented not only as a honored ally, but would also be associated with the deified parents of the latter. The assignment of the Orchomenians reinforces this conclusion about the image of Areas, especially if one compares it with the parallel honoring of the Athenian ambassadors who invited the Orchomenidians to join the alliance. The Athenians are honored only with the titles of consul and benefactor without any mention of King Ptolemy, while Areas is honored with an Antrianda and a reminder that he also shows favor to the king of Egypt. Despite the final outcome of the conflict, which gave a clear victory to the Macedonians of Antigone's Gonatas, it is worth noting that the participation of ancient Athens and Sparta was imperative, since the former could now hope to regain control of Piraeus, who was under constant Macedonian influence, while Sparta realized the advantages of such war, since historically it has always had a dream of supremacy in the Peloponnese. In other words, between 280 BC and the eve of the Cremonidian War, and despite the steadfast anti-Macedonian policy of Hellenistic Sparta, it is unlikely that the geopolitical aspiration of the Spartans would extend beyond the survival of their once-run military machine. As it is well known, the son and successor Ptolemy the Benefactor continued his father's expansionistic policy and increased the progression of Egypt with the annexation of Cyrene after his marriage with Berenice II in 246 BC. We can pose this question if the relationships with Sparta continued. Most bibliographic references that refer to Sparta and Egypt talk about the Xanthippou, a military personnel which was under the orders of helped and was an important aspect of the fights of the Carthaginians against the Roman invasion during the First Carthaginian War. After his successful career in Carthage, he was forced to leave the city, fearing for his life due to the envy and hostility of native officials. In 245 BC, as we learn, the Ptolemy benefactor hired Xanthippus as commander of thought to be a great Spartan and military officer. The gap created by this hypothetical and precarious view of Xanthippus and his relations with Ptolemy III completes a very inscription of Samothraki, which dates to the period 228-225 BC, and includes the honorary mention of the Samothrakians. For this text begins with the reference about a great person unknown from other sources, Hippomedondas. Hippomedon is presented as a general of the king Ptolemy, with jurisdiction over the regions of the Hellespont and Thrace. Hippomedon is honored by the piety and donations he made to the great Thracian Perea, the care for creating soldiers to protect the Holy Temple, and because he completed all the directions of the city. In the ambassadors of Thermopylae, who may later announce the resolution to the honored person, will ask him to help them with the Samothracians, in addition to the fortification, probably to the Samothracian Perea, but also to contribute to the settlement in royal estates in the peasants who will offer part of their harvest to the temple in order to offer sacrifices in favor of the royal couple. It is easy to understand that the Spartan Hippomedon holds a very important position in a vital area of Greece with an extensive geographical area. Those are the territories described by Polybius that were occupied by Ptolemy during the Third Laodicean War. It is unknown what he did after leaving this post, but the preface of the inscription concludes with a reference to the close relationship of the Lacedaemonian general with the religious life of the city. It is reasonable to assume that the Samothracians took advantage of the region acquired by the sanctuary as Hippomedon Lacedaemonius. The next point, it is very interesting, as Hippomedon took care of the security of this region by sending his warriors. Perhaps the second benevolence of the Honoré reflects the possible danger that the Samothracian Perea was faced with by a neighborhood barbarian race. It is possible that the funds that he provided were used to pay for protection. Perhaps they worked as a guard for Perea. It is known that Samothracian or Tralliani or Trallis, as they are called, Polybius calls them Illyrius, fought quite frequently alongside the armies of Alexander. The Spartan commander is evident because even though we do not specifically talk about Hippomedon. The honoree here has a very close relationship with Deimos and all those, and fulfilling all their requests. Next, the section listing the procedures followed in order to be honored for the help Hippomedon offered is inserted. The part of the inscription in which the prices were written is completely worn out and cannot be read. The only points that survive are the praise that the honoree will receive, the obligations of the fighter to announce the prices during games, the writing of the resolution in a column, and many others. However, one can assume that the prices that the municipality would charge Hippomedon would be proportional to its multi-faced action. This, after all, reflects the sufficient number of verses that cannot be read, and which would include the prices for the Great Spartan. The second part of the inscription consists of 23 verses. However, the significant damage it has suffered does not allow safe reading for the first 14. Very interesting and important information can be found in the part that is readable of the 8 verses, which, based on content, is divided into 2 thematic sections, strengthening the already very close relations of Samothraki with the Ptolemaic administration of the region. The Samothracian asked from the Lacedaemonian government the export of wheat and buildings. This was asked. This wasn't about importing wheat, but by having trade routes without special charge. His work is not only in this aspect, but in general he had to work with economics. He worked instead of the king and took very important decisions. the embassy of the city, in addition to the first request, requested the support of Hippomedon for the resettlement of its citizens in Perea. Perhaps the small walled settlement that has been located in the city of Mesembria zone was the fortress in which the citizens of the island city settled. However, such case is not entirely certain, as evidence of fortification have been found in Makri, west of Alexandroupolis. In order to achieve their goal, the city authorities also offer an incentive to Hippomedon. Part of the agricultural production from the successful settlement of Perea would be intended for the performance of sacrifices in honor of the royal couple. The voluntary offerings of sacrifices to the holy couple could be the temptation for the general of Ptolemy III, because he would connect Ptolemaic Egypt with Samothrace even more closely and would increase the prestige of Hippomedon. The continuation of the inscription has been lost, but it is most likely that the Spartan general would satisfy the demands of the city. Such a conclusion can be deduced from the first aspect of the column, where the honoree is presented as a counselor who always obeys the demands, who always acts accordingly. But who was the Spartan official who, in his service to the Ptolemies, carried out such extensive actions? It is noteworthy that Hippomedon Agisilao Lakedemonios is not only known through the honorary resolution of the Samothracians. The honoree belongs to the royal family of Euripondes. His father was an uncle and the main advisor of Aegidos IV, king of Sparta for the period 245-241, during the latter's attempt to proceed with his social reform in Sparta. With the arrest of King Euripondes, Agesilaus, Hippomedon, and several other prominent supporters of the reform managed to escape, as Plutarchus informs. Hippomedon took refuge in the Ptolemaic court, where, in short time, he rose very high in the hierarchy and became one of the guardians and advisors of the Ptolemy III and a general, as saved by the Samothracian inscription, but also the narration of Teletos from Megara, a cynical philosopher, experts of which are preserved in the anthology of stone. Hippomedon remained in his position even after the death of the other's death, as is mentioned in a papyrus that includes the list of high-ranking officials of his successor, Ptolemy III Philopator, which dates in the period 219-218. The king of Sparta at this time is Lycurgus, of unknown and disputed origin, although two sons of Archidamus and grandsons of Hippomedon were alive, as well as Hippomedon himself. This course is very interesting and surprises Polybius, as one can easily be led astray and assume that Hippomedon was in Sparta. In other words, the phrase of Polybius, which explicitly states that the succession of the royal line was disturbed by the election of Lycurgus as king of Sparta, may lead to the conclusion that although Hippomedon and his generation were in Sparta, a king was appointed who, according to Polybius, was a descendant of Hercules and king of the Lacedaemonians. Such a hypothesis, however, contradicts the content of the papyrus, which claims Hippomedon, now older in age, being the court of Ptolemy Philopator. The most logical explanation is that the honoree, despite his high position, was still informed about the political developments. After all, the citizens of the city often take care to maintain contacts with the city of their origin, on the one hand to strengthen the possibility of moving on. The high position of Hippomedon as in the side of Ptolemy III, but also the case that wants this person to have kept in touch with the situation in Sparta is very important. Moreover, the probable involvement of Hippomedon in the relations between Cleomenes and Ptolemy would not only serve the interests of Ptolemies in the Peloponnese, but also the personal career of the honored general. Hippomedon duties, as they are found in the Samothracian inscription, testify to Sparta's ability to train military officers with great renown. It is evident that the army could not improve and adapt to today's situation. But it is undeniable that their creation of a military army was very important. In this aspect, we can say that Hippomedon continued the tradition of the successful generals of Sparta, who offered their services internationally, a tradition that began in the 5th century BC and included the Spartan general LEONIDAS, the military leader of the Pan-Hellenic colony. On Spartans, the benefit was obviously economic, especially in the case of the kingdom of Ptolemy, which was served by the Spartan Hippomedon. It is a common assumption that in Ptolemaic Egypt there were no delays in the payment of mercenaries. The army was so important to LEONIDAS that they would have to always pay attention and be generous to them by and that is evident by the case of Theocritus. I will immediately translate. If those you want, immediately they will happen, and if you wish to travel, go to the Ptolemaion to work as a soldier. Thank you very much. Hippomedon was, of course, very important for the Ptolemies, and moving on to the final speech, Dr. Miltiades Michalopoulos will talk to us about Spartan and the Spartan Revolution.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Ms. Kanelopoulou for this conference and the invitation sent to me. I will start from where the other speakers terminated their speeches, the falling of Sparta. In the middle of the 3rd century BC, Sparta was a shadow of its older self. It was marginalized politically, powerless militarily, and with major social problems. Its biggest problem, of course, was demographics, the small population, as Aristotle put it, its oliganthropia. In a plutocratic society of 700 Spartans, of whom only 100 had land, while all the others were indebted to the 100 privileged. While this the territory of Sparta was limited within the borders of Lakonia, a new force, the Achaean alliance or confederation, had hegemonic claims in the Peloponnese. With this data, the prospects for Sparta were ominous. To prevent them, the last leaders of Sparta did not hesitate to implement revolutionary socio-political reforms to strengthen their homeland and give back its lost radiance. The purpose of this announcement is, through the examination of the political and the military developments of the period, to show that these reforms were not fragmentary, but were part of a single ideological movement, and then we will try to evaluate it. It all started in 241 before Christ with Euro-Ponded King Aegis IV. He was the first to conceive a program to cure chronic problems of his homeland. His program consisted of 2 parts. The first was the increase in the number of Spartans with the inclusion in the political body of neighbors and subdivisions of the Perioikoi. This meant land reclamation, so that new citizens could now get a plot of land. It also involved debt write-off. It should be noted that the land reclamation and debt reduction were two main issues, not only for the Spartans, but also of the entire poor population of the Peloponnese. The second part, Aegis failed to implement his plan. The plutocracy, represented by the Agiadis king Leonidas II, actually ended up in its annihilation. It was a major blow to the institution of the dual kingdom, as for the first time in the history of Sparta, a king was sentenced to death. Ironically, the one who implemented the revolutionary reforms was the son of King Leonidas, Cleomenes III. However, not wanting to end up like Aegis, he moved secretly and he carried out a bloody coup, killing, among others, 4 of the 5 commissioners, the ephorus. So he proceeded with radical moves. He abolished the institution of the ephors, raising as a second king his brother Euclid. And then Cleomenes was in charge of the situation now and implemented his reforms. The Spartan hoplites now increased to a number of 4,000. And they were trained to use the saris. The hoplite phalanx was following a Macedonian type of phalanx, and they used saris and new tactics on the battlefield. Now, the strengthened and modernized Spartan army prevailed over the state in all conflicts with the forces of the Achaean Confederation. So Cleomenes took control of Arcadia, Corinth, Argos, and much of Achaia. The Achaeans now asked to enter into negotiations, and then he claimed the hegemony of the Peloponnese. The leader of the confederacy, the Achaean Confederacy, Aratos, turned to Macedonia for help, and then it was for the detriment of Sparta. The change of correlation deprived Cleomenes and some of his supporters in the Peloponnese. A large part of the poor social groups of the population had hoped that Cleomenes would apply in other cities as well his policy of land reclamation, as he had done in Sparta. But when they realized that his reforms were limited to Spartan society, they abandoned him, with Argos as a first example. Now, Cleomenes, in a dire situation, wanting to sort this problem, he didn't hesitate to free 6,000 helots and enlist them into his army, his phalanx army. Of course, Cleomenes did not include the helots in the political body. Their release was an emergency measure. And the great battle was finally fought in Sellasia in 222. Despite his problems, Cleomenes managed to gather 20,000 men there, half of whom were heavy infantry. It was certainly impressive as an achievement if we consider that the last time of a similar Spartan force was 2.5 centuries ago in the Battle of Plataea. But again, the Spartan army was lagging behind its opponents because we had a different time now. So the allied forces of the Macedonian monarch Antigonus reached 13,000 men, 30,000, 13 of whom were Macedonians of the phalanx, the best infantry of time. So Spartan phalanx was actually surrounded and annihilated. The Battle of Sellasia is one of the greatest catastrophes in the history of Sparta and actually put an end to the ambitious plans of Cleomenes. In the next years to come, the institutions were detrimented, were completely erased, and his successors, Cleomenes' successors, actually used his own policy, actually. Lycurgos, the successor of Cleomenes, who prevailed and became the successor, actually tried to regain all the grounds that had been lost. Unfortunately, his army wasn't good enough. The conflict at Menelaio, the army was actually dispersed quite easily. Machanidas, the new leader of Sparta, actually tried to regain again the ground, but he was fought and won by Philopoemen, the Macedonian general. So Sparta was not powerful against its rivals. Navis, now the last great leader of Sparta, had an imperative problem to solve, and the replenishment of human resources. For this purpose, he didn't hesitate, like Cleomenes did, to address the Helots. But Navis did not limit himself to using them as a means of strengthening his army as an emergency, but he actually included them in the political body of Sparta. So the number of those new Spartans reached 10,000 men. Navis also took care of the systematic fortification of Sparta and closed 4 of its 5 comes with a perimeter wall that included crossings to strengthen it fully. So Sparta now became a naval power because he emphasized the creation of a fleet, and he was an absolute monarch who had no second king and lived in a luxurious palace. His regime did not differ in anything of the Hellenistic monarchies of his time. He followed the policy of his predecessors, but with greater success, actually. With clever diplomatic maneuvers, he succeeded in extending the influence of Sparta from Arcadia to the Aegean and Crete. The main feature of his policy was that he played the role of social revolution. He extended, actually, his social reforms beyond the city of Sparta. The result was to attract the poor popular groups in the cities of the Peloponnese. With a maneuver, he succeeded in annexing Argos to the territory of Sparta, and his first action was to confiscate the wealth of the rich and distribute it to his supporters of people coming from Argos. So the Argians remained on the side of Sparta until the end. So for the domination in the Mediterranean, Sparta emerged as a force to be considered. And with political maneuvers, Navis not only managed to keep his homeland away from wars, but also to be on the side of the victors, after all. But this balance was on a tightrope and could not last forever. So, under the pretext of overthrowing the tyranny in 195, he decided to intervene vigorously in the interior of the Peloponnese. The Roman Flaminius, wanting to overthrow a Spartan king, with a huge force of 50,000 men, marched against Sparta, but Sparta was walled up and determined to resist. Flamininus tried to seize it with a raid, but Spartans defended stubbornly, and at some point when Romans legions managed to invade the city, the Spartans set fire to the houses next to the wall, and after street battles repulsed the invaders. The repulse of the Romans was perhaps the last heroic moment of Sparta. The Spartans had reached the limits of their endurance. On the other hand, Flamininus' army had suffocated the city, and proceeded with a siege. In the face of the overwhelming superiority of the enemies, in order to avoid the Holocaust, Navis preferred to surrender on terms and ensure the independence of his homeland. For 3 years more, Sparta continues to exist as an independent entity, but in 192, Navis was assassinated and Sparta was subjugated to the Achaean Confederation. From then on, until the Roman conquest, it ceased to exist as an independent city-state. So, through reforms, through radical reforms and innovation, Sparta managed to modernize its army, and for 3 decades, Sparta managed to play a significant role in political relations and policies. Cleomenes actually implemented the aegis political program, but Navy's innovations are those who preceded, are an evolution of Agi and Cleomenes, excuse me. Machanidas followed the same policy, and despite Sparta's army, the policy was just to strengthen the military sovereignty of Sparta. So there is a district level that connects the reforms of Agis IV and leads to the complete revolution of Navy. For the implementation of these reforms, but also because of this implementation, ancient institutions were abolished or lost their importance. And the closed society of the past were included now neighbors, subordinates, and helots. So the character of the cities changed, and Sparta actually renounced itself just to survive. In the beginning of the 2nd century, Sparta had been transformed into a small kingdom of a Hellenistic type. However, this new state of Cleomenes and navy was identified with a kind of homeland. And this deceptive charm that still surrounds Sparta has its root in the Spartan revolution of the 3rd century. Thank you very much.
We should thank our speakers for the themes that they have chosen and their researches, and for the timeline, for being on the timeline in this session. So thank you very much. And because they gave us a lot of food for thought through Mejia and live sharing with the technology and of Epomenos and the transformation and rebellion, I invite you to discuss with the speakers and give us a question. Mrs. Kandelopoulou. Ms. Kandelopoulou. I would like to pose a question to Mr. Phillips, because as a phenomenon and legitimate phenomenon in Sparta, the fact that the husband could give his permission in order to his wife have children with another man gives the perception that, I don't know, I want your opinion on that, if it was necessary or it was from the faith of perception of Spartans in the creation of new people healthy and able to be perfect. And I would like to criticize a bit on how the contemporary contemporary society has adopted new technologies in order to have children. But there is no something legitimate as Sparta. How are we conservative?
Sparta was not conservative in that respect, certainly not in modern terms, and not even in ancient terms. There were many, many things about Sparta that were viewed as abnormal by all the other Greeks, and many of these so-called abnormalities had to do with the role of women and the power of women in Spartan society. Now, that said, yes, the sources tell us that the husband had to give permission, but we should not doubt that the wife had a lot of informal power. The formal power of the law is given to the husband, but given everything that we know about the informal powers and nonetheless great influence of Spartan women, we should expect that they had something to say about this.
Άλλος?
Any other questions? I would like to ask Dr. Phillips. I would like to ask if the perioiki, the things that had to do with the perioiki were judged by the Spartans. Perhaps I misunderstood, but did you mention that a woman, or perhaps the perioiki, was judged and killed by the Spartans? Did I understand that correctly, or did I miss something?
I'm not sure. Here's all that we know about the legal status of the perioiki, which has anything to do with my topic. Isocrates tells us that the ephors, not ordinary Spartiates, the ephors had the power to put perioiki to death. That's all we know about this.
Okay. Not the Spartan people.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Kostakos. Thank you very much for those speeches. I would like to ask if we could compare what happened to Athens for the Doulos, because we talk about the perioiki and the helots, and lower citizens, if we could say them, but could we talk about the Doulos of Athens? And that was something that was very normal in today's time. But what was their place? What was their responsibility? What was, looking towards Aegis and Cleomenes, if changes could have saved Sparta? If it were, if we could have given them power, could we have saved Sparta? Thank you.
Στο βαθμό που μπορώ να απαντήσω εγώ.
As far as I can answer, what we know and what I can say is that I know of no cases where an effort was made to enrich the political system of Sparta in the past. It was taboo. And completely the opposite. The Spartans who did not have the ability to contribute to the Syssitia were not allowed to contribute to the political system. It was even worse. The situation was even worse. The citizens were limited more and more, as Dr. Koliopoulos said yesterday. It was an oligarchy inside an oligarchy, and only with a very, very drastic change or a revolution could the situation be saved, and could things change. What Aegis the fourth, did, if it had happened 30 or even 40 years before, we don't know what would have happened. We can only assume, and perhaps we shouldn't. But probably the situation would be better.
Με μια ρωμαϊκή αυτοκρατορία να προλάβει.
They had to fight off the Roman Empire as well. Yes, of course. I would like to pose a question to Apostoli, because you talked about Hippomedon as a symbol of this recreation of Spartan military prowess and continuation of the tradition. Is it perhaps a bit too far-fetched to talk about this using only one example? That's a very good question. Unfortunately, the history of the Hellenistic Sparta, the Sparta after 303, after the death of Alexander, has given us very few sources, very few, especially about the relations between the great Hellenistic kingdoms after the end of the Empire of Alexander. From inscriptions, we have almost nothing. What we have to use in order to understand Sparta at this period, we must turn our attention to some people, and those were quite few, only could be counted using only the fingers of one hand. Another phenomenon of this period was that even though the Ptolemies used a lot of paid soldiers during, for example, the battle against Antioch III, and they used a lot of mercenaries. Both sides actually used. Sparta didn't use mercenaries. After the death of Alexander, they also used mercenaries, so we do not have a lot of examples. From sources, we can have some examples, especially from the Peloponnese. We have almost no inscriptions. So, during the Chremonidean War, 267 to 261 BC, the Hippomedon is a very good example, a very good case. We are quite happy that we have this testimony, because using the Battle of Samothraki, we can learn how a Spartan military officer would work in accordance to the Ptolemies. During the years of Philopator IV, but in general we have no sources, so we cannot draw any conclusions. According to those presented by Dr. Michalopoulos, we could perhaps talk about how those changes gave the opportunity for these military officers to improve. But even though, I would say that we should be very careful before we come to any conclusions. It is certain that Hippomedon could be called a prototype of a military officer, just like Kleandridas, Gylippos, Klearchos. He was worthy of this title, and we should point out that in a very difficult time, when Sparta, as time progressed, became smaller and smaller, they managed to have a unique power, which we can clearly see through this inscription. So we can perhaps get a taste of what great military officers Sparta had, especially during a very difficult time in its period. Their abilities were truly magnificent and great. His training was in Sparta. Could we be certain of that? About Hippomedon, no, we cannot, because he left Sparta at some time and he went to Ptolemaic Egypt. We're certain about that. But in general, we know that he studied under great people, and he started from below because he had to gain the king's trust in order to be sent to a Greek island to work as a military officer. Ptolemaic Egypt was very interesting at in conquering the aliens. So we come to this conclusion. Perhaps it was the influence of Ptolemies and not the Spartans. We cannot be certain. In the picture I showed you where it talks about Hippomedon, one can wonder how can such a personality have those great things when he's not of clear patronage. Polybius himself mentioned that perhaps he paid the Ephorus perhaps 1 talent each in order to achieve this. The bibliography in this is clear that Hippomedon had kept relations with his homeland. If we accept this, then we can be certain that some aspects of Spartan training was given to him and he used as a military officer. Those who lived in Ptolemaic Egypt and their education came from Egypt only, but they all carry something from their homeland. I will briefly give an example. A very good case about is the Artemidon from Perge of Pamphylia in Santorini. He left Pamphylia. He went to Egypt. From Egypt, he went to Santorini and he created a whole shrine in order to give thanks. This temple is a mix of all a variety of goddesses. This temple is dedicated to Artemis Peria, among others. And using this parallelism, we can clearly see that Hippomedon took from his homeland and his education something that he used later. I have already finished my work and you will be able to read it shortly. Now I believe we have caught up to the lost time and moving on to the last question.
It's moving on. Thank you very much. The combination of your speeches enlightens today's problem. There's the demographic problem in Greece. There are many refugees in Greece. So if we not find a way to incorporate the refugees and take as an example the ancient Sparta, we will not have to continue. It is an example of all communities. Thank you. There is a lunch break, and we will see you at 3:30. Thank you. Excuse me, due to... What? the interpreter can't hear, there's no microphone, so it's very difficult to interpret. I would like to say that due to the the COVID regulations, there's no food here. So we left a bigger lunch break in order to go and have a lunch and then return. And so please be here because there are many interesting speeches following from our foreign yes. So I think that it would be very interesting. Thank you.
those aspects of they have studied is really amazing. In the panel today, I will present them to you, Dr. Rita Sassou, Dr. Stefania Golino, Dr. Nicola Nancy, and Dr. Adrienne Delay. We will start right away because everyone is tired, and in order to be able to leave some time for discussion. Now I will call Dr. Sassou, whose presentation today is the Holy System of Sparta. I hope that you all have received headphones for the interpreting, so we can listen to her.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of the conference, especially the Institute of Sparta and Mrs. Canellopoulos for this invitation and for the organization of this wonderful conference, and all the participants, of course. Okay. So, the current presentation considers the complex of Spartan divinities and sacred areas with a view of analyzing their interconnections with the internal social organization of the city and its relation with other polis, notably the colonies. The presentation will begin by discussing the several cults attested in Sparta and their topographical dislocation. The second part will focus on the Laconian features of the ritual actions performed for Athena, Apollo, Artemis, and the Dioscuri. And finally, the last part will deal with their impact on the international Spartan network. In fact, the Spartan Panteion acts as a laboratory to explore the religious system of a Greek city-state other than Athens and its external contacts, providing a privileged view on the multifaceted natures of ancient Hellenic cults. Besides the central role kept by the gods Zeus, Athena, Apollo, and Artemis, further honored deities were the Dioscuri, Aphrodite, Dionysus, Demeter and Core, Poseidon, Asclepius, Tyche, the Charites, the Nymphs, the Muses, the Morai, Ilicia, Estie, Hermes, Heracles, Enyalios, and you have the complete list over the slide. And in addition to the canonical Olympian gods, Sparta was renowned for the cult paid to Panathemata, personification of abstract concepts and feelings, namely Phobos, the fear, Aidos, the modesty, Hypnos, the sleep, Thanatos, Gelos, Eros, Limos, and to a plethora of heroic cults, as is going to be illustrated in the next contribution by Dr. Golino. The several divinities were venerated through various epithets according to their sphere of action, often concerned with the formation of the young Spartan citizens, the war activities of the aediles, as well as daily life of common men and women. As other Greek urban communities, Spartans created and corroborated their civic identity through shared cults and periodical public rituals aimed to strengthen the social bonds among the participants, to express their political cohesion and to promote a sense of unity and belonging. And again, like elsewhere in Greece, the most suitable setting for the performance of public worship acts involving the Spartan community was the sanctuary. Currently, Sparta gradually equipped itself with a remarkably extended range of sacred spaces whose monumentalization went hand in hand with the formation of the polis polity. Such spaces, as you can see in the slide, fall in the categories of the urban, suburban, and extra-urban sanctuaries and are variously attested by ancient authors and epigraphic sources, and to a lesser extent by architectural remains and archaeological records. Some of the Spartan urban temene were located at the heart of the city, such as the one consecrated to Athena Chalkioikos on the Acropolis, marked by a polyadic significance, holding a primary position in guaranteeing and protecting its civic body. The bronze house of the goddess was flanked by a shrine of the Muses to the left and the bronze statue of Zeus Eupatos to the right. In the Acropolis district and its close surroundings, also the following deities were honored: Aphrodite Rhea, Poseidon, Zeus Cosmetas, and others, as you can see in the slide. And in the Agora, Apollo, Pytheos, Artemis, and Leto were venerated through statues. Other cults of the district included Zeus Agoraios, Athena Agoraia, Athena Xenia, Poseidon Asphalios, Gede, Morai, Hermes with child Dionysus, Hestia, and also a series of shrines were also located next to the dromos. And also further sacred areas played a part in defining the borders of the city and at the same time expressing its control over the surrounding region. The polis, although lacking an encircling defensive wall until the Hellenistic age, was guarded on all sides by her gods. In fact, as summarized in the slide, a series of sanctuaries delimited the extension of the settlement through their peri-urban or suburban location. And then, still other sanctuaries acted as territorial markers, declaring the Spartan dominion over the region, and these include, for instance, the extra-urban sanctuary of Artemis Limnatis at Volymnos, and above all, the Amyclaion, reflecting the conquest of the Amyclae in the middle of the Laconian strategic plain south of the city. The Poliadic sanctuary of Athena Poliukos, the tutelary goddess of the city, also known with the epithet Kalkioikos, deriving from the bronze panels affixed to the interior walls of the temple, was situated on the Acropolis, as we said, on the Palecastro Hill. The cult of the Poliadic Athena dates back to the post-Dark Age period, and the first temple was constructed already in the 7th century BC. Subsequently, in the last quarter of the 6th century, a new edifice was built with walls paneled with the just mentioned bronze reliefs and accordingly known as the Bronze House. The edifice hosted a cult statue depicting a warrior Athena with a spear and a shield made by the famous sculptor and bronzesmith Gitiades. The peculiar technique of decorating the edifice with bronze plaques, some of which recovered during the archaeological excavation and in some cases showing a gorgoneion, led the scholars to acknowledge the role of Sparta in the diffusion of this architectural decorative style in its colonies, spreading its artistic language in the Epochiae. Bronze panels have been discovered, in fact, in relation to the temple of Zeus at Cyrene. Even in this case, gorgonei are reproduced over some of the bronze items. And exactly the same type of gorgoneion can be also found at Taras, another Spartan colony, on a clay acroterion. The sacred area served a plurality of functions variously connected with the socio-political and military life of the city, and for the sake of time, I just summarized them in the slide. The sanctuary was renowned as a place of asylum. Also, the military victories were celebrated in the sacred area, and also agonistic victories were exhibited, and also honorary acts starting from the proxenia decrees were displayed inside the sanctuary. In the sanctuary, a singular statuette of a trumpeter has been recovered, and among the discovered items, it's noteworthy of mentioning the unusual abundance of votive clay and especially bronze bells. Although their interpretation is not clear, they're almost an unicum in the panorama of votive offering, exception made for the Samian Eraion, and interestingly, an inventory list from a sanctuary in the area of Torricella, in the area of Taras, in Italy, mentions a new bell amongst the belongings of the deity and a trumpet, thus stressing the impact of the Spartan influence on the colony of Taras. The goddess Athena was worshipped as Promachos too, and an archaic statue of Athena Promachos with an Amazonomachy depicted on her shield is documented by several fragments recovered from the Acropolis. And moreover, somewhere in the Acropolis district also stood a temple of Athena Ergane and Athena of Talmitis, and next to the Dromos there was also a shrine of Athena Axiopoinos, and in the Agora, as we said, cult was paid to Athena Xenia and Athena Agoraia. The central role held by Apollo is testified by the pervasive worship reserved to the god by the Spartans, who praised him especially as Carneios, as it's going to be stressed by Professor Nenci, and Iakintios in the Amyclaion, as the contribution of Professors Blitzos and Elia are going to outline. The cult of the Doric and Spartan Apollo, particularly with the epithets Carneios and Iakintios, turns out to be a paramount element into the wider frame of Sparta international relations. The identitary value attributed to the cult of the god is, for instance, reflected in the colony of Taras, where it is attested especially by the tumulus situated outside the Temenide entrance, dedicated to Iakintios or Apollo Iakintios. Furthermore, in the Doric Gortyn of Crete, an Amyclaion is mentioned in the Great Inscription and was probably situated once again just outside the city, thus corroborating the local tradition conceiving Gortyn maybe as a Spartan colony. Similarly, the Spartan cult of Apollo Carneios was exported in the colony of Thera and subsequently from Tyre to Cyrene. The divine sister of Apollo, Artemis, protector of the youth, often concerned with the passage from adolescence and childhood to mature life, held a main role in the Spartan Panteion too. In fact, the local religious system reserved a special attention to the preparation to adulthood and therefore to full citizenship, and many of the festivals for the goddess can be ultimately regarded as passage rites in the broadest sense. The goddess is worshipped as Hegemone, the leader, possibly who leads the marriage procession or chorus, as Limnatis, as Spellane, as Coritalia, with chorotrophic features, but above all as Ortia, alias who makes things straight, in the prominent suburban sanctuaries, whose celebration, including the whipping of the boys at the altar as a test of endurance and strength, and the ritual inversion of the commonly accepted values, order and hierarchy, preserved the Lycurgan tradition of social order ordered by the Delphic Apollo. The sacred precinct was provided with its first all-stone temple in the first half of the 6th century, and even in this case, the Xoanon depicted an armed goddess with spear in the right hand and a bow in the left one. Once again, the Laconian cult of Artemis has parallels in the Spartan colonies. In Taras, several terracotta figurines document periodical ritual actions implemented for Artemis, especially venerated as Bendis, but above all, the cult of the Spartan Artemis Iakintiotropos is documented at Taras and at Knidos, possibly another Spartan colony. As far as the Dioscuri are concerned, their cult had a great military, social, and political value, being the twins a sort of emblem and guarantee of the Spartan dual kingship. Moreover, their respective features mirrored the basic Spartan values connected to the education of young males. Castor is a soldier and a knight, and Pollux is an athlete and an ephebus. As for the military meaning associated with them, the Spartan kings, who were inter alia also priest of Zeus, worshipped in Sparta also as Agetor, who leads the army, the kings, I was saying, were entitled to carry images of the Dioscuris in the battles so that they could assist the army. Moreover, the battle itself was preceded by sacrifices offered to the divine brothers, who happened to appear in Epiphany during several wars to bring victory, such as when they appeared to Lysander at Aegospotami. The military tradition connected to them is brought to from Sparta to the Italian peninsula, to Taras, as we are going to observe shortly, but also to the Epizephirian Locris, that are connected in several ways to Sparta. I mean, Pausanias stresses the possible participation of Sparta in the foundation of Locris and also outlines the similarities in the cult of Demeter and Core in Sparta and at Locri. And I mean, Locri apparently defeated Croton due to the appearance of the Dioscuri in the battlefield. And finally, also to the Latium region, as the Roman victory at the Lake Regillo indicates. The ritual actions performed in honor of the Dioscuri were several and dislocated in several spots of the city. They were venerated as apheterioi, who fostered the starting or starters at the entrance of the dromos for the races of the boys. A tomb of Castor was located next to the Skias, and in the surrounding of the agora they were worshipped as ambulioi, the counselors. And finally at Therapne there was a spring and a sanctuary consecrated to Pollux, connected to a temple of the Dioscuri in the Phoibaion. The Theoxenia, comprising an offer of a meal to the sacred guest, was the commonest form or ritual performed in their honor. The scene is frequently depicted on Laconian vessels and reliefs, and is usually marked by the presence of two amphorae, whose ritual usage is a peculiarity of the Spartan religious practice, and has been variously explained as a reference to the funerary sphere, to the domestic dimension, or even to the agonistic victory. The two amphorae are so intimately linked to the twin sons of Zeus or Tindar that they are ultimately become a metaphor of their divine presence. In Taras, the cult of the Dioscuri is a widespread phenomenon as well, revealing the eternal bonds between the western colony of Taras and Sparta. In the Magna Graecia city, 18 votive deposits contained pinnacles representing the divine brothers, and meaningfully, in 3 cases, the findings are associated to even number of amphorae. The fact that the amphorae are dedicated in couples should not be underestimated, being a sign that the 2 bases actually acquire a religious meaning precisely in reference to the couple of brothers. Not only the amphorae have been recovered from the sacred deposits, but they are also frequently depicted on the Tarentine and Spartan supports, like vessels, reliefs, and pinnacles representing the Dioscuri. Another element connecting the Laconian tradition with the Tarentine one is the recurring presence on the scenes depicted once again over the vessels or on the reliefs, on the pinnacles, of the wooden elements known as docana, 2 wooden pillars linked by 1 or more transversal timbers that in Sparta, according to Plutarch, represent the brothers themselves and their Philadelphia, their brotherly love. So in Sparta, as in Taras, aniconic images of the Dioscuri could be provided by couples of amphorae and by docana, and in both places the main ritual took the form of, in honor of the Dioscuri, took the form of theoxenia, showing a phenomenon of clear cultural derivation and ethical adhesion to the Spartan model. What's novel and uncommon in the Spartan religious system is the capacity of the citizen, of the Spartan citizen, to reshape gods, turning them into supernatural beings with strong local features, rooted in the city ethical, educational, and military mindset. So the Pan-Hellenic deities Athena, Apollo, Artemis, the Muses, are introduced into a strongly Spartan dimension, also reflected in a meaningful passage of the Lysistrata by Aristophanes that I put over the slide, where a Laconian chorus is set, and here, in contrast to the divinities of the Pan-Hellenic scope invoked by the chorus of the Athenians, the gods hymned by the choral voice of Laconia are all brought to a local pantheon. We have the Laconian Muses, the Amyclaion Apollo, the Athena Chalkioikos, the Dioscuri who play sports near the Eurotas river, Artemis the chorus leader, and so on. Another peculiarity of the Spartan religion is the success of armed statues of the gods, till the point that Plutarch claims that all the statues of Spartan gods and goddesses were armed, so to inspire courage and braveness to the mortals. Here over the slide you have a list of the Spartan cult statues that were armed. So the whole Spartan ethos and system of values is very condensed in the image of the armed god. Exactly some of the Spartan religious peculiarities that make its sacred system somehow unique were exported outside the city, playing a key role in weaving the international network of Spartan colonies. The bronze revetment of the Acropolis bronze house of Athena is replicated, no doubt with an identitary implication, in the temple of Zeus in Cyrene, Taras is also marked by the presence, epigraphically recorded, of bells and trumpets, similarly attested, in this case on archaeological base, in the Spartan sanctuary of Athena. The Amyclaion, being one of the most relevant shrines of the city, is replicated in the Doric Gortyn, and in the same cult of Apollo Iakintios is testified in Taras. The god's Epiclesis Carneios is to be found in the colony of Thera and in Cyrene as well. The Spartan Artemis Iakintotrophos is venerated in Taras and is venerated in Cnidus. The cult of Demeter and Core connects Sparta to the Epizephyrian Locri. The Spartan Aphrodite Basilis is duplicated in Satyron in the territory of Taras, and the Aphrodite Rheia is reiterated in Taras, where the military aspect of the Spartan Dioscuri is echoed in their particular cult, distinguished by the peculiar presence of Docena and twin amphorae, possibly in the context of Teuxenia ritual. So in conclusion, the character that distinguished the Spartan religious system and ritual practice from the rest of the Hellenic world, and that are ultimately embedded in the Spartan ethical approach and behavioral pattern, acts as factor underlying the polis relation with its colonies and subcolonies. And such colonies express their adherence to the Laconian model through the religion and through the adoption of such Spartan, uncommon, let's say, religious elements. Thank you for your attention.
Let us thank Dr. Sassou. I would like to tell you that Dr. Sassou is Associate Professor of Department of Classical Studies in University of Sapienza in Rome. And I would like you to know that we have cooperated with her for other themes, and the sub-edition of Historical Reviews of Sparta, in which Dr. Sassou has offered to help. Also, University of Sapienza has a discount for the Department of Classical Archaeology, and of course we have already discussed the new field with the cooperation with Dr. Sassou. We saw, thank you for your speech. We saw that the religion was very important in Sparta's colonies, like Tarantas, and Spartans had a wide concept for the cults. We are going to pass to Dr. Galino, associate at the department with Dr. Sassou at the same department, who is going to talk about heroic cults at Sparta between mythological past and supernatural relations.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mrs. Kanelopoulou and all the conference organization, the Institute of Sparta, for this special opportunity in participating in these interesting days of study. So this presentation focuses on the impact of heroic cults in Spartan society. The first part will introduce the origins of the polis of Sparta between mythology and history, while the second one will debate those heroic cults related to a sort of Atride tradition, trying to deal with the complex net of purposes behind the institution of cults in honor of Agamemnon and his relatives. So Greek heroes were a special category of supernatural beings. This is the speech, not the presentation. Okay. Were a special category within Greek mythology, and differently from gods, heroes were mostly historical or epic beings with a mythic or historical life who obtained a superhuman status and sometimes even immortality, and were therefore worshipped. Their cult was different also from that of ordinary dead because the hero was honored on a more official level belonging to a public sphere. The phenomenon spreads around the 8th century BC and could be related to the gradual birth occurred after the end of the Dark Ages of the first Greek polis that needed founders, mythological ancestors, and a recent history. The spread of Homeric works also, and the transmission of epic poetry in written form. And finally, it is also related to the continuous veneration of Bronze Age tombs of the ancestors that were spread between the 11th and the 8th century BC. And sometimes they were substituted and reused for new cults by the locals. The spread of heroic cults was also accompanied by the development of ritual practices and the belief in the power of heroic relics, whose possession was believed to grant prosperity and protection to the polis from external attacks. And however, the ownership of hero bones often resulted in a constant competition among the cities and in attempts to discover the secret places where the sacred relics were preserved. Therefore, the exact location of this heroic tomb was usually kept secret. So, hero cults in Sparta had a long institution from the late 8th, early 7th century BC until the Roman period, and these supernatural entities were both worshipped in monumental sanctuaries in Sparta's Cora or in less monumentalized shrines within the border of the polis. And among the main heroic cult places in Sparta, there were the Menelaon and the sanctuary of Agamemnon and Alexandra, the Amyclaion both at Amyclais, and the tombs of Orestes and Tinsamenos in the Spartan Agora. And they all acquired special importance to the Spartan community because for both their religious and social significance, because they were representative of the whole Spartan population. And in addition to heroes, at Sparta there were honors there were cults in honor of historical personalities, such as the mythical lawgiver Lycurgos, or the Spartan kings, such as Leonidas, and the war dead, especially those who died at the Thermopylae. Nevertheless, there is the problem of the shortage of the archaeological remains because it prevents a throughout reconstruction of the Laconian heroic sites, not only from the architectural point of view, but also in the survey of the ritual aspect related to the cult of the heroes. And therefore, a consistent part in analyzing the dynamics of the phenomenon of the cults of the heroes relies on literary testimonia, epigraphical and iconographical sources, besides the exams of other material data. In this regard, additional information on Spartans' religious beliefs was provided by the historians of the classical period, starting with Herodotus and Thucydides, and other following authors, and especially Plutarch and Pausanias. Furthermore, Spartan authors of the 7th and 6th century BC also helped in the recognition of the particular significance of some of these heroic cults, and among them there are the poets Tyrtaeus, Stesichoros, and Simonides. Sparta's origins are embedded in myth, and from an archaeological point of view, evidences attested that the Spartan Acropolis was difficult inhabited before the 10th century BC, when the community was born throughout the synecism of 4 villages that continued to retain their separated identity, and to which Amyclais was added later in the 8th century BC. And according to ancient legends, the Spartans were descendants of the Dorians, a community who invaded Greece and acquired dominion over the previous local inhabitants. Several of these Dorians were descendants of Heracles and supposedly invaded the Peloponnese from north, conquered at least a part of Lacedaemon, deposed its previous rulers, and founded the city of Sparta at the northern edge of the Eurotas plain on the western bank of the river. This conquest was supposed to have taken place around the 12th century. The earliest reference to the Heraclide comes from the 7th century BC poetry of Tyrtaeus, and other references to the story are attested in Pindar, Herodotus, and Thucydides. Herodotus, in particular, stresses the physical connection to the myth of Heracles and traces the lineage of the Spartan kings continues back to him. Nevertheless, the Heracleidian myth could be interpreted as a story that aims to explain various populations' movements in the Peloponnese and should legitimize not only the kingship, but also the acquisition of lands and especially the Spartan dominion in Messenia. In this regard, after the mythical foundation of the Doric Sparta, a first attempt of expansion occurred during the 8th century, when the First Messenian War started. And was concluded later in the 5th century BC, with the complete conquest of Laconia region. Therefore, from that moment on, Sparta started a foreign politics of subjugation, which included the colonization of new territories overseas, Taras in southern Italy, and a new expansion outside Laconia, northwards in Argolide and Arcadia, aiming to conquer the whole Peloponnese. In particular, the polis of Tegea in Argolide was interested by the expansionistic goal of Sparta, and its conquest occurred not only through military success, but was also supported by the religious order of the Oracle of Delphi, on whose behalf Orestes' bones were therefore stolen by the Spartans at the middle of the 6th century, in order to obtain Tegea, but not yet the whole Argolide. Orestes' relics were then buried in the Spartan Agora as the bones of Theseus in the Athenian Agora, a location generally dedicated to the founder of the polis, although Orestes, differently from Theseus, was not the founder of Sparta. In this respect, a peculiar feature of the establishment of Sparta is the lack of an official founder, although Strabo argues that the first founders were Eurysthenes and Procles, but they never gained the title of Archegetes. Moreover, the national Spartan hero remained Lycurgos. However, Orestes, son of Agamemnon, was not the first Atrid to be included in Spartan genealogy, because a sort of research of an Achaean past started at least a century before with the institution of the Spartan cult of Agamemnon, whose brother Menelaus had already a Spartan tradition since the late 8th century BC. The reason could be researched in the ancient ethnic tradition of Laconia, because the Achaeans were the first inhabitants of the Peloponnese before the arrival of the Dorians. Thus, the Dorians probably tried to recover the continuity with the past in order to legitimize the right of the Spartan kings to proclaim themselves descendants of the Achaean Sioux. This could have led to the possibility of the adjunction of new Achaean Homeric heroes among the proper Spartan heroes, which means Agamemnon, Orestes, Tisamenus, and Menelaus. So Menelaus is attested as a king of Sparta by Homer. Therefore, among the earliest heroic cult places at Sparta, there is the Menelaion. The sanctuary is located in the ancient Therapne on a narrow plateau roughly 6 kilometers south of Sparta, and its institution comes back to the 7th century BC, although a Mycenaean settlement that was regarded as the palace of Menelaus was already present. Menelaus and his wife Helen, of Spartan origin too, were worshipped in one of the most important sites of ancient Sparta's surroundings. And although the name refers to the male character of the couple, here Helen was the most venerated, as attested by both Pausanias and Herodotus, who indicate specific rituals and probably a festival in her honor, the Spartan Eleneia. From the votive deposits recovered at the site, it is possible to observe the great quantity of offering to the couple and to Helen in particular, as we can see in this slide. In addition, a large quantity of lead figurines, similar to those found at the sanctuary of Ortia, includes, for instance, warriors and horses, which stress the military peculiarity of Sparta. Another important complex, especially in archaic period, was the sanctuary of Agamemnon, mythic king of Mycenae, and Alexandra, which was the local name for Cassandra, the daughter of King Priam of Troy. The location is at Amyclaion, instituted during the 7th century BC. It is noteworthy that throughout the appropriation of an Achaean hero such as Agamemnon, who was traditionally buried at Mycenae, the Spartans tried, on one side, to relate their recent history to a pre-Dorian past, since the Achaeans were the inhabitants of the Peloponnese before the Dorian invasion. On the other side, this could be viewed as the attempt to the construction of a communal identity in order to strengthen the Spartan hegemony over the Peloponnese and also outside Laconia. Nonetheless, Cassandra was here celebrated as the main owner of the sanctuary, probably also for the violent death she suffered, because she was murdered with Agamemnon by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. Indeed, Greeks had a special fear of who suffered a violent and unavenged death, and worshipped this special deceased with unique ceremonies. The importance acquired by Cassandra is formally stated by a Hellenistic decree and a marble throne that we can see in this slide that mention the temple of Alexandra, besides a large quantity of votives to the heroic couple. Two important deposits, indeed, presumably located in the area of the alleged sanctuary, have brought to light thousands of votive offerings dedicated to the couple from the 7th century to the beginning of the 4th century BC. These offerings, mainly consisting in terracotta plaques, could be dedicated to Cassandra alone or to Agamemnon, and show the typical Laconian hero relief, which is particularly spread around the 6th century. Terracotta dedicatory offerings, the most typical category of votive offerings in Laconia, are found in abundance throughout the Greek world, with a religious and social value. These reliefs of plaques were produced locally, probably in or near Sparta, and the earliest Laconian reliefs date back to the mid-6th century and early 5th century, and represent one of the most common heroic iconographies, the seated couple. From the early 5th century BC, evolution of this iconographical typology led to the gradual disappearance of the female figure, leaving the scene to the alone seated male. The male-seated figure is often holding a cup of wine, sometimes accompanied by a female figure seated by the male or standing before him, and a snake, sometimes bearded, may be also present, together with the tiny worshippers in the act of approaching the heroic couple. As previously mentioned, other members of Agamemnon's family were worshipped in Sparta, although no archaeological remains nor votives are associated to the heroic cult places in the Spartan agora dedicated to Orestes and Tisamenus, whose evidence is characterized only by the accounts provided by Pausanias and Herodotus. Furthermore, the general prominence of the cult in honor of the Achaean heroes in Laconia is particularly represented by a corpus of tragedies written by the Spartan Stesichorus, Simonides, and later authors. The large number of cult places consecrated to Agamemnon and Alexandra, Menelaus and Helen, Orestes and Tisamenus, and the important value associated to this location by the Spartan community could suggest that the Spartans tried to establish a cultural and a political continuity between Achaean and Doric tradition and the Spartan diarchy, formally justified by the presence of a shared kingship between the two brothers Agamemnon and Menelaus. Two interpretations could be provided in this respect. On one side, this geographical manipulation of traditions and myth could have improved the connection with the surroundings throughout their common ancestors, creating a naturally Laconian tradition. On the other side, the possibility that the Spartans adapted a pre-existing local tradition and associated it with a new cult should be not ruled out. In any case, the Atridae heroes could have played an important function as symbols of local history and identity, counteracting the Spartan recent history in the territory, going back to an ancient pre-Dorian past. Therefore, this sort of propagandistic use by the Spartan community, mainly formalized in the archaic period, was finally strengthened by the repatriation of the bones of Orestes and his son Tisamenus from, respectively, Tegea and Helike in the period of major Spartan expansion outside Laconia, although a religious tradition was also at the base of the recovery of their relics, aiming to justify the conquest. To sum up, the cult of Agamemnon could have been established to furnish a justification to political acts in order to conciliate the Spartan recent history with a more ancient mythical past. The cult of Orestes strengthened this tradition, and from a religious point of view, he revenged the death of his father Agamemnon, unfairly murdered. The bonds of Tisamenos, besides creating relationships with the Achaeans or exhibiting their subjugation to the power of Sparta, were used to placate the anger of his father Orestes, accomplishing a second revenge for his murder. By founding a cult in honor of Tisamenos, his avenged father was also honored. However, the lack of information doesn't help in recognizing a precise moment for this translation to Sparta. While Orestes' bones recovery could have occurred around the middle of the 6th century BC, after the Second Panteion War, as noticed by Herodotus, the repatriation of the relics of Tisamenos could have followed that of his father, most likely due to another oracular order. To conclude, it is therefore possible that after bringing Orestes' bones to Sparta, the Spartans aimed to strengthen their hegemony over the northern and southern Peloponnese by taking possession of both his son Tisamenos and his father Agamemnon, with a special relevance during the 6th century BC. Furthermore, an ethnic significance has been also proposed for this political action performed in a warfare regime, by establishing a cult in honor of Orestes, who would have ruled not only at Mycenae, an inheritance of his father Agamemnon, but also at Sparta, an inheritance of his uncle Menelaus. He would have been able to reunify in his person the northern and southern Peloponnese hegemony of Sparta. At the middle of the 4th century BC, this operation was therefore completed, leading to a twofold interpretation of the appropriation of the Achaean myth. On one side, there was the will of creating a relationship with the Praetorians. On the other side, there was the wish of a continuation and expansion of an existing policy, thus completed throughout the assimilation of Agamemnon's family with Sparta. Therefore, on the whole, it is possible to assume that the Spartan heroic cults followed the general pattern of development and the overall chronological growth of the phenomenon as elsewhere in the Greek world, with a significant evolution in the Archaic and Hellenistic period. Nevertheless, these hero cults assume in Sparta a specific social and political connotation that distinguish and set them apart from the rest of the other Greek polis, creating a unique local tradition which is attested in Sparta only. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε την κυρία Γκολίνο. Πραγματικά...
We would like to thank Dr. Golino. I think we travel through the centuries with a variety of topics that that Sparta has been the cause of, and now we can see the role of religion in international relations, and as we saw before in Sparta and its colonies, and this shows that Sparta as well created colonies. Thank you very much, Dr. Golino. We're going to continue with Dr. Nancy. And Nicola Nancy is one of our great friends and a great friend of Sparta, because he is here a lot and is cooperating with the team at Amyclaion. He's from the University of Perugia and the University of Edinburgh, and he comes from Perugia. Thank you very much.
So while the PowerPoint gets loaded, I would like to spend a few words to say how happy and honored I am to be here in this city that I love and taking part to this very interesting colloquium. And thank you very much for the nice introduction. I will also thank Mrs. Kanelopoulou for the organization of the event, and along with the Spartan Institute and all the organizers. Apollo Carnios is a deity whose cult is attested in many polis of the ancient Mediterranean in a time span that goes from the 6th century BC to the Antonine period. And in the Peloponnese, the god received worship in Argos, Sicyon, Messini, and particularly in Andania, where in connection with important mystery cults, and of course in Laconia. Spartans were indeed much devoted to Apollo Carneus, but the cult took place also in the Mani Peninsula, in Githyon, Las, Itilos, Leuctras, Kardamili, and even outside mainland Greece, where evidence attests to the cult in Thera and Cyrene, the colony and sub-colony of Sparta, respectively, as well as in Cnidos, Kos, and Rhodes. So despite the vast geographical and chronological diffusion of the cult, here I focus on how the cult had to do in terms of relations between Greek communities, and in particular, I will discuss two problems. To whom the cult was believed to belong to in relation with Spartan and non-Spartans, and two, the role of the cult in the relationships between Sparta and Thera and Cyrene. I'll try to do it as quick as I can. So in order to discuss point one, I will mention briefly the cult in Sparta, to then move outside Sparta, and then I will get back to Sparta again. So Sparta was certainly the focus of Apollo Carneus worship, where the cult is attested since the 5th century BC. A stele on display at the Spartan Museum, dated to 500 to 480 BC, bears a dedication to Carneus, and Herodotus attests to the cult in the city at about that time in an account involving the Battle of Thermopylae. Herodotus describes how the city of Sparta did not send the forts of its army at the Thermopylae, but Leonidas and the 300, for the very reason that the Spartans were celebrating the Carnea. But from the same author, we learn that at that time, the Carnea was not only a Spartan affair, and now we move a bit away from Sparta, because Herodotus reports that close in time to the Battle of Salamis, Peloponnesians sent troops to build a defensive wall on the isthmus of Corinth, and lists the populations that took part in this venture. And he specifies that only some attended, while the rest of the Peloponnesians cared nothing, though the Olympian and Carnea festivals were now past. So something similar we read a bit later in Thucydides, when he relates that Spartans and their allies moved against Leuctras in the 13th year of the Peloponnesian War. We are in 419-18 BC. And before crossing the borders of Laconia, they performed sacrifices. After having obtained a bad omen, they decided to postpone the expedition after the following month, because the following month was the month Carneus, which Thucydides says was sacred for the Dorians. But the Peloponnesian and Dorian aspect of the cult does not only emerge in Herodotus and Thucydides, but it is in fact well represented in some of the several literary accounts that we have, and that narrate the origins of the cult of Apollo Carneus. A tradition attested for the first time in Theopompus of Chios, and therefore dating back to the 4th century BC, narrates that the cult originated during the Heraclidae saga. While they were stationing their navy in the present-day Naupactos, getting ready to cross the Corinthian Gulf and invade the Peloponnese through the sea, a seer of Apollo named Carnos made a prophecy to the Heraclidae, but they didn't understand it, and though the seer and thought the seer was a spy of the enemies, and so they killed him. Now the murder of the seer angered Apollo, who sent a plague. To appease the deity, the Heraclidae exiled the killer and established honors to Apollo, who received the epithet Carneus in memory of the murdered seer. So Carnos' story is an episode embedded in the Heraclidae saga, which involved the origin and formation of the Dorian ethnic group, and therefore this origin of Carneus cult is part of a tradition belonging to a common heritage of all Dorians. And in fact, the scholiast who reports Theopompus' fragment also states that the story is the reason why those Peloponnesians who live in the Peloponnese, as well as those who migrated towards other cities, celebrate the festival. We'll see later who some of these migrated Peloponnesians were, but for now we can observe that the tradition about Carnos is pretty much coherent with what reported by Herodotus and Thucydides. And yet, things are not this simple, because another tradition about the origins of Carneo's cult brings us far away from the Dorian horizon towards a genuine pan-Hellenic context, which is the Trojan War. According to Pausanias and to a scholiast of Theocritus, the Carnea festival derives its name from the word krania, the cornel trees, because the Greeks at Troy used the cornel tree wood taken from a grove sacred to Apollo to build the Trojan horse. And the deity was furious for the damage of his Alsos, and to appease the god's anger, Greeks established Thesea, the sacrifices, honors in his honor. So the pan-Hellenic scale here is remarked by the fact that Pausanias points to Hellenes, the Greeks, as the agents in the story of Apollo the Cornel. And the Scholia specifies that it is from this story that the Carnea festival is called so by all Greeks. So here the belonging of the cult is extended not only to Dorians, but to all Greek peoples. And to summarize so far, we have identified two ethnic belongings of the same cult. One is Dorian and the other Pan-Hellenic, so the Carnos and the Heraclidae on one hand and the Trojan horse on the other hand. But what was the Spartan response to all this, or rather the Spartan view on the cult? Because we have evidence, pointing towards a cult of Apollo Carneos that was understood as a genuine Spartan divine entity. And our main source for this is Demetrius of Skepsis, the 2nd century BC, who also sets the origins of cult at Troy, but reports a story other than the horse. Demetrius describes that was the Spartan king Menelaus who promised to honor Apollo if the deity brought the Trojan War to a good end, for the Achaeans, for the Greeks, I assume. And here, like in the story of the Crania, the cornels, we have an Panteion. The verb used to express to come to a good end, to fulfill, is krano or kreno. But differently from before, first, Apollo is not the corner, but the fulfiller. And second, mostly relevant to us, the agent are not the Hellenes, the Greeks, but Menelaus, who's the lord of Sparta, and therefore Sparta is here the main focus of the origin of the cult. So this tradition somehow preserves the Trojan origin, but reverts it into a Pan-Hellenic, from a Pan-Hellenic to a Spartan scale. And we'll briefly get back to this point later, but now I would like to argue that this passage of Demetrius can be used for the exegesis of one other passage from the same author, but this time quoted by Athenaeus of Naucratis, which is Demetrius says that the Spartans' Carnea festival imitates their military way of life, for there are a total of 9 places referred to as canopies, skiades, because they contain something that resemble tents. 9 men eat at each of these. Everything is done in response to a herald's order. Each canopy contains 3 phratries, and the Carnea festival lasts for 9 days. So now 9 days is quite a long time for a festival. In the Olympic Games, I think they lasted something like 6 days. So the first thing we derive from this passage is that Spartans were party animals. But in general, this is the only extant substantial description of the Spartan Carnea. And modern scholars interpreted this fragment variously, giving it agricultural, educational, or expiatory value. But I think that by combining the two passages by Demetrius, that about Menelaus and this one about the festival, it is possible to argue that Spartans during the Carnea aimed at imitating the Achaeans fighting at Troy, where and when their king Menelaus established the cult. But what did they imitate exactly? We know that Demetrius's fragments belong to his commentary to the Iliad's Book 2, the Troikos Diakosmos. And if we look at the Iliad's Book 2, we can find references to the phratries. It is when the Trojan War is at a critical phase. The Greeks are in assembly to decide what to do to improve the situation because the war is in neat favor of the Trojans. The Achaeans threaten to leave Troy. Thersites has just spoken, and we all know what happened with Odysseus. But at some point, the wise Nestor takes his word and suggests Agamemnon on how to call and assemble the army to fight. Range your men by Phulae, even by phratries, Agamemnon. So Phulae fights by the side of Phulae and phratry by phratry. So to summarize so far, I argue that Demetrius' passage about the Carnia festival should be read as a commentary of the Iliad, where probably Demetrius explains the Spartan custom of dining in tents during the Carnia divided by phratries as an imitation of the Greeks fighting at Troy, according to the configuration of the army that Nestor suggests to Agamemnon. So this is what I suppose Demetrius' statement, imitation of military life, means. But I think that these two passages by Demetrius can be even more explanatory in light of a third one about Carneus, attested anywhere else but in Pausanias, who reports that Carneus, whom they surname Oiketas of the house, had honors in Sparta even before the return of the Heraclidae. His seat being in the house of a seer, Krios, which somehow means ram, son of Theocles. The daughter of this Krios was met as she was filling her pitcher by the spies of the Dorians, who entered into conversation with her, visited Krios, and learned from him how to capture Sparta. So this tale does not say where the cult originated, but rather that the cult was already in Sparta before the return of the Heraclidae. And so Spartans claimed that their own cult was in the city even before the return of the Heraclidae, just to say, yes, okay, the cult is Dorian, but the priority here goes to Sparta. And we have seen who was the Spartan who established the cult in a horizon prior to the Heraclidae. It was Menelaus at Troy. And here I would read a sort of confrontational attitude of Spartans in relation to both the rest of the Dorians and the other Hellenes, which implies that Sparta claimed the cult of Apollo Carneus for itself, by putting itself in relation with other communities worshipping the same deity. And this is done with a certain degree of complexity somehow, because it's done without denying that the cult originated at Troy, nor excluding the Heraclidae, because Krios, in the story, the Pausanias reports, helps them to capture Sparta. He is the one who shows them how to capture the city. So the god was in favor of the Heraclidae. So far we have seen that Apollo Carneus was a deity worshipped in many polis, and as such, I think there's evidence that it was deeply entangled in a mass of complex identity issues between ancient Greek communities at a various scale, Dorian, as we've seen, and even Pan-Hellenic. But by cutting a long story short, let us now see more closely how these relations may have worked for some of those Peloponnesians outside the Peloponnese by looking at the cult of Apollo Carneus in Thera and Cyrene, a colony and subcolony of Sparta, respectively, by starting from Thera. Literary evidence for the cult of Apollo Carneus in Thera is scarce and consists mainly in Pindar and Callimachus, who, however, do not provide much information for Thera, because, as we will see, they are somehow Cyrenocentric. Modern scholars claim to have identified a temple of Apollo Carneus in a building located at the entrance of the sanctuary known as the Agora of the Gods, at the far east of the mighty mound of Mesavouno. And yet I think that this identification should be carefully pondered, but I pass on this problem now because there's no time to go through this. But in any case, relevant evidence for Thera is mainly, if not epigraphical. One inscription attests to the cult in the island since the 6th century BC. It is carved on the natural bedrock outside the ancient site, on a rock face along a path that from the Zodochos spring leads to the necropolis Plagades. The text mentions a Carnian banquet offered by one Agloteles during the Agoraia festival. Unfortunately, we do not have any information to elaborate on this text, and no other strong evidence is available for this cult in the island up until the Hellenistic period. So for the Hellenistic period, we have two inscriptions bearing the same text, more or less, dated to the second half of the 3rd century BC and found reused in a latrine between the Agora and the theater, a noteworthy place. The text reports that during the Carnian Agon, slaves were freed. So we don't know what this agon was, perhaps a music competition, but the relevant aspect is that the practice of manumitting slaves was often made during major public and religious occasions, and such as, for instance, the Pythian Games at Delphi, so that the largest number of people could witness the proclamation of the freed slaves. And so, if manumissions were held at the Theran Carnia, it suggests that during the Hellenistic period, this was probably one of the major festivals in the island. But the largest amount of evidence, still epigraphical in Thera, belongs to the Roman period, and I'm going to focus on a couple of inscribed epigrams dated to the 1st century AD, which stones are now lost. It is a couple of dedication of Admetos, son of Theoclidas, to whom the Demos bestowed hero cult after he died. The two texts have quite remarkably complex construction with allusion to symbolic meanings of mythical episodes aimed at showing how Admetos was suitable for heroic honors. But I want to focus here on two things. One, Admetos is hereditary priest of Apollo Carnios, and we have other inscriptions mentioning members of the same Theran family in charge of the same office, and therefore it is something not involving Admetos himself, but all his family. And two, Admetos claims Spartan ancestors, and of course that it does involve his genos. But epigrams point to Sparta as the origin. One epigram by stating that his pride for descending from Lacedaemonian kings, and the other by establishing a direct connection between the heroic honors that the Dioscuri had in Sparta, and here the reference is to the Oebalids and to the Orotas, and those honors that Admetos received in Thera. And I think that the priesthood of Apollo Carnios by family and the reference to Sparta as the mother city of Admetos Genos are not together by chance. I find meaningful that a priest of Apollo Carnios by Genos claims Spartan origins, and to me it suggests a link between the local Therian aristocracy with Sparta by means of Apollo Carnios cult. But if I may spend one more minute to speculate a bit further on this topic, the name of Admetos' father is somehow striking. Theoclidas is a name, but it's in the form, in the fashion of a patronymic, meaning son of Theocles. And we have found a Theocles before. He was the father of Krios, in whose mansion Apollo Carnios' cult was housed before the return of the Heraclidae. And if here there is an intentional reference to the father of Krios or to that tradition, the connection here is to the genuine Spartan cult of Apollo Carnios, coherently with Admetos' claims towards his Spartan origins. Maybe I went too further, but it's just a suggestion. So, the relation in which the cult of Apollo Carnios is involved here is between an aristocratic family of a colony of Sparta and the mother city. And as we are going to see next, something similar may have happened in Cyrene. But moving to Cyrene implies switching to an earlier chronological horizon, and this back and forth is due to the kind of the evidence we have, as somehow unavoidable. That this cult had held a special space in the religious heart of Cyrene is clear by reading Pindar and Callimachus. Pindar mentions the cult of Apollo Carnios in his Pythian 5 that he composed for the victory of the last ruler of Cyrene, Archesilaus IV, who won the chariot race at the Pythian Games in 462 BC. Pindar's celebratory ode emphasizes Archesilaus' eminent lineage and glorifies his noteworthy ancestors, and in particular Battos, the progenitor of the Batiad lineage. The Spartan origins of Archesilaus' bloodline are skillfully highlighted by the poet, who states that the Batiad's glory is based on their Spartan origins. And Pindar stresses the connection between Archesilaus and Sparta by pointing to the noteworthy family of the Aegids, a Phylea named after Aegeus, son of Iolcos, son of Theras, the founder of the colony of Thera, from where Battos brought to the land of Libya the cult of Apollo Carnios and the custom of banqueting during the Carnia. That the cult of Apollo Carnios, according to the Pythian 5, is related to Thera and to the foundation of Cyrene is undeniable. But first, to me, not much in the Ode suggests that Apollocarnio had some sort of role in the foundation of Thera, and two, the cult is linked to the foundation of Cyrene through Battos. Battos is the link between Cyrene and Carnios, and the foundation of Cyrene is only indirectly connected with the deity by the fact that Apollocarnios is dear to Battos, founder and first ruler of the city. What emerges from the Ode, I think, is the will of highlighting the Spartan origins of Arcesilaus, and rather than to the city of Cyrene itself, the cult of Apollocarnios is dear to the Batiads, to which household Arcesilaus belonged. But the Batiads' household fell no long after the composition of Pythians V. Arcesilaus is overthrown and shortly after killed in 440 BC, and we know this from Herodotus. And from this period on, to my knowledge, in Cyrene, there is no evidence for the cult of Apollocarnios. There's nothing, no texts, no inscriptions, nothing. And this is true until the Ptolemaic period, when we again have evidence attesting to Apollocarnios' cult. Two inscriptions dating to the 3rd century BC mention the Lesphoroi, who officiated during the Carnia festival, and of course, the most important evidence for this cult of Hellenistic period in Cyrene, I have to cut, I'm finished, is Callimachus' hymn 2, dedicated to Apollo. The poet reprises and enriches the themes mentioned by Pindar. Callimachus closely associates Apollocarnios with the foundation of Cyrene, but in particular with Battos, who shares qualities and talents of the god. As Archegetis, Apollo leads Battos to found the city and grants the rule over Cyrene to the Batiads. So Apollo is the god of Cyrene, and Apollocarnios is the favorite deity of the Batiads. So similarities, and I conclude, similarities between hymn 2 and Pythian 5 are probably due to a political situation radically different from that of the so-called Republican period, and Callimachus lives at a time when the Ptolemaic dynasty rules over Cyrene, and royal traditions are probably welcome again, but it is perhaps also due to the origin of the family of Callimachus, who himself claimed to be a descendant from the Cyrenaic Batiads, as we know from Strabo, who says that Cyrene is said to have been founded by Battos, whose Callimachus claims to have been his prognos, his ancestor. So in conclusion, I propose to ponder the role of Archegetis that modern scholars often attribute to Apollocarnios, and he was not very much a god involved in colonization, but served as a specific ideological choices of the Cyrenian ruling aristocracy, that of the Batiads, to define itself as a Spartan component, and as such, so to somehow justify its status of reigning dynasty. So the cult was perceived as a linking device between the rulers of Cyrene and Sparta, and therefore it was a mean to establish a relation between the ruling aristocracy of the subcolony with the primary metropolis. And it is curious to note that Thera is a necessary intermediate point, but the relevant link they were looking for was with Sparta. So to conclude, I would propose that in addition to Pan-Hellenic, Dorian, and Sparta, in the case of Thera and Cyrene, we have a fourth degree of belonging, that is somehow social groups or the aristocracies. And as we have seen in both these two cases, the cult, it is used to establish a sort of a direct relation between Sparta and the noteworthy ruling aristocracy of its colony and subcolony of Thera and Cyrene, respectively. So thank you very much, and sorry for having went beyond the time slot assigned.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Νικόλα. Πραγματικά...
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicola. You have shown that Apollocarnios is a god for many cities, and it is the link between all the factors that link Sparta with all the other cities of the Aegean or the Mediterranean. We have extraordinary papers in front of us, and we are going to invite now Dr. Delahaye, who is going to talk to us. He's a scientific collaborator of ours at the University of Rennes. Excuse me? He before Athens, before École Française, he was a collaborator of ours, and he is collaborating in the project of Amyclaion. We are so happy that all those people with their wisdom and their will do their works and do their effective and extraordinary works. Dr. Delay will tell us that the Amyclaion is something more than a Spartan sanctuary. Thank you very much. Before starting my speech, I would like to thank the Institute of Sparta and Ms. Kanelopoulou, and you, of course, who attend the conference, even if it's Sunday.
Nicola Nancy about the Carneia, who will do something similar, not exactly the same, but similar for the cult of Apollo Amyclaios at the Amyclaion of Sparta with an analysis which is multiscalar, and we will go beyond Sparta and beyond Amyclais for once. So much research about religion and sanctuaries of the ancient Spartans has mainly emphasized their particularism within the rest of the Greek world. Like many other domains of the city's history, religious practices have often been interpreted through the distorting prism of the Spartan mirage. To define this Spartan mirage, a concept that some of you are perhaps familiar or you have heard of it, let's say it's the distortion created by the scarcity of written sources about Sparta, especially the scarcity of written sources written by the Spartans, combined with either meliorative or depreciatory accounts from other authors, especially from Athenians. And this phenomenon has been grown from the 5th century BC to the present day. And it explains the very idealized and fantasized image we have about ancient Sparta. And the research about Spartan religion and sanctuaries is no exception to this general tendency of distortion of the discourse on the city, making the Spartans an exception in the Greek world. The Spartans are thus often presented as particularly godly men among the ancient Greeks, while many of their sanctuaries are supposedly having original features. Likewise, their foreign ritual practices would be, on the one hand, survival of ancient Bronze Age practices, while, on the other hand, one would observe in Sparta a more pronounced civic dimension of the rite than elsewhere, with the aim of integrating the young people into the civic community. Let us state from the outset that recent research, over the last 40 years, in fact, tends to relativize the exceptional character of Sparta's religion, while nevertheless we are recognizing some local characteristics of the Spartan Pantheon, cults and practices, as Rita Sassou told you about. The purpose of this paper will be to start from the case of the cult of Apollo Amyclaios and Zakynthos, so in Amyclais, 5 kilometers further south from here, its sanctuary, the Amyclaion, and its main religious festival, the Zakynthia, in order to propose a study of its importance on several geographical scales, while we will try to highlight the specificities of the cult at each scale. Excavated since 2005 by the Amyclais Research Project, led by the late Angelos Delivorias and Stavros Vlizos, the sanctuary is located 5 kilometers southwest of the center of modern Sparta on the hill of Ayakiriaki. The sanctuary, whose religious activity began in the late Bronze Age, housed a double cult of Apollo and Zakynthos until its probable deconsecration and transformation into a Christian worship place in a late Roman period. The site was especially famous for the Apollo shrine, the Naos, the so-called throne of the god, among other architectural remains that we strongly encourage you to visit on the site if it has not been the case yet. The sanctuary was the privileged place of celebration of the Zakynthia festival, which, during late spring or early summer, gathered all the inhabitants of Amyclais, of Sparta, and of the whole Lacedaemonian territory, all social categories included, to honor and sacrifice to Apollo and Zakynthos before sharing a banquet, and other gatherings, feasts, and dances. The objective of this paper here will be to study both the site and the festival, moving from the local to the international level, to show that this cult cannot be understood only on the scale of Sparta, and if we consider that the Spartan religion functioned in a vacuum, to go against this idea of the Spartan religion was isolated from the outside world and among other Greek practices. So let's start with Amyclais at the lowest scale. Oh, what did I do? Τι έκανα, το έκλεισα. Ευχαριστώ. Amyclais was one of the 5 komai of the city of Sparta. That is one of the 5 villages with Limnai, Kinossura, Messoa, Pitane, which by cynicism during the early Iron Age became the city, the polis of Sparta between the 9th and the middle of the 8th century BC, merging together. Amyclais, however, occupies a special position in this group of 5 komai, 5 villages, since it is located further to the south, and above all, Amyclais is known from Pindar and Pausanias to have been conquered later by the Spartans and included into the polis with its sanctuary, the Amyclaion. The anteriority of the sanctuary of the Amyclaion is, in relation to the city of Sparta, is attested. Prior to its gradual monumentalization from the late 8th or early 7th century, the hilltop of Ayakiriaki was an open-air sanctuary with ritual banqueting, feasting activities since Mycenaean times. This ritual feasting has recently been highlighted by the work of Vicky Vlachou. Even after the potential conquest and integration of Amyclais into the city of Sparta, the Amyclaians continued to have a special connection with the sanctuary of the Amyclaion. This special relationship is clearly shown in Xenophon, in Hellenica, where he makes an account of the military operations during the Corinthian War, where Sparta faced Corinth, Athens, and Argos in the early 4th century BC. And Xenophon details a well-known passage about the LAKONIA disaster in 390 BC. During these operations, the Spartan army was led by the king Agesilaus, and they were operating around Corinthos, near the port of LAKONIA. And a group of Spartan hoplites from Amyclais left the army to return to Sparta. So they left the campaign to go home. And the reason for that, and it is said here in the abstract you have here, that the people of Amyclais, from time immemorial, go home to the feast of the Zakynthia to sing the paean, whether they are in the field or absent for some other reason. It is therefore to celebrate the Zakynthia at the Amyclaion that the Amyclaians of the army get the right to leave, to go home, to celebrate. The other Spartans of the army, they don't have this right. So you have a special connection still during the 4th century BC between the Amyclaians and the sanctuary. And just to end this story, it ended badly for the Amyclaians because they were attacked by the Athenians, and 250 soldiers died there. So at the scale of Amyclais, that's a lot. But if the Amyclaion was originally a sanctuary primarily frequented by the inhabitants of Amyclais, in the latter, and if the latter, if they were still having a privileged link with the sanctuary, we have to note that the Amyclaion is enforced and above everything during the classical period, essential component of the Spartan cult system. So this is the second scale at the level of the Spartan polis. The absorption of Amyclaion marks the completion of Sparta's territorial construction, and it is the integration of the Amyclaion into the city's Celtic landscape that constitutes its main aspect. So I didn't put all the abstract, but Pausanias, when he talks about the myth, gives us an account about how Zakynthos is supposed to have been killed by Apollo by mistake because of the wind Zephyr, which, jealous, blew on the object, on the discus thrown by Apollo, and which killed Zakynthos. I won't be too long on this myth. We have no time for that. But the myth is interesting to explain what means the death of Zakynthos and what it means for the establishment of the cult in his honor by Apollo. It's supposed to symbolize the transition from the Zakynthine cult, which was of an heroic nature and made by the Amyclaians to Zakynthos, and then it would have turned in a cult in the honor of Apollo with the Spartan conquest. So what I want to say here is that the Zakynthos cult is anterior to the cult of Apollo, but the Spartan conquest kept both the name of Zakynthos and they kept the two cults. Zakynthos wasn't totally absorbed in the Apollonian cult. We'll come back to that later. The distinction between the two divinities is also visible in the nature and the sequence of the rituals performed during the Zakynthia. You had two essential moments. The first, which was dedicated to the death of Zakynthos, with the first day of mourning, like a kivia for Zakynthos, with no celebration, with sacrifice, which was an aegismos, with no sharing of the food. And this is characteristic of the Ctonian cult, of the Ctonian heroic cult. And then, from the second day, the celebrations were dedicated to Apollo and to the renewal both of life and of nature, with feasts, with dances, with songs, and with a thessia, so a bloody sacrifice involving all the community, and giving the occasion for symposia, for banquets, in a more classic, let's say, celebrations than the Zakynthos phase. So the superposition of the cults is visible both in the festivities, in the feast, but also in the architecture of the sanctuary, because the throne of Apollo, so the naos of Apollo of the sanctuary, is unique. It was built by Bathicles of Magnesia, a Ionian architect, during the 6th century BC. And we have, here, we have Pausanias, who explains us how it looked like, and you have attempts of reconstruction. Here, an older one from Roland Martin, and there, where is it? Here. A more recent one made in the frame of the Amyclaion Research Project. But the interesting part is that, as Pausanias says, the cult statue was built on the tomb of on the grave of Zakynthos, which was also an altar. So even the sanctuary, the temple, the naos, is by itself composite. It associates both cults, so both the Amyclaian roots and the new Spartan cultic system. Beyond the unique architecture of the throne, the sanctuary of the Amyclaion seems to constitute an essential link in the cult system of the city of Sparta, and the Zakynthia celebrated there appear to be one of the main celebrations in the Spartan calendar. Without going into detail about the all rites performed there, let's dwell quickly on the procession, on the Pompei. This is described in detail by Polycrates in Athenaeus of Naucratis. We know that the whole city was involved in the procession, which was starting from Sparta and going towards the Amyclaion. We know that you had Pompey with young horsemen living from the theater, and young girls living on ceremonial chariots. This staging, this Pompey, is made to show the unity of the city, both between the social groups, between the age groups, but also to materialize the territorial integrity of the city, reaffirming, claiming the inclusion of Amyclaion in Sparta. And this procession is also probably the origin of the name of the Iacinthian road that you can see, it's a reconstruction in orange here on the map. So the blue being the modern road and the orange the new road. Let's go now on the third scale, the Lacedaemonian scale. Beyond the city of Sparta alone, the Amyclaion seems to have been the main sanctuary for the entire Lacedaemonian community, including Helots and even Perioeci. Herodotus makes the Iacynthia an indispensable celebration for the Lacedaemonians as a whole when he explains that the Lacedaemonians can help their allies because they are all at the Iacynthia, Spartans and Perioeci together. Polemon, quoted by Athenaeus, refers him to the kopis of the Iacynthia. The kopis is a kind of ritual collective meal, open-air collective meal, in the shade of tents probably, like in the sanctuary of Apollo Carneios, and also probably at the Amyclaion. At these kopides, we know that we had the wives and the children of the citizens. What is specific for the Iacynthia is that also the whole inhabitants of Lacedaemon are supposedly welcome, without distinction. Polemon even states that the sacrifices and the banquets, the kopides, are opened to the helots, to the, okay, I didn't put it here, but yeah, it's the third extract with Plutarch in the Moralia. We know that Damocrita, the wife of a Spartan citizen, came with her daughters and could also bring helots at the feasts. The presence of the Perioeci is more debated, and I will not go, I don't have the time to go further on this element, so I will leave it for now. But let's say that the Iacynthia were quite opened to all groups, all social groups, and this contrasts sharply with what is believed to be known about Spartan commensal practices, like the Syssitia, which were closed groups for citizens. Beyond the Amyclaians, beyond the Spartans alone, it is therefore the whole Lacedaemon, the citizens and non-citizens alike, that could be involved in the celebration of the Iacynthia. But the study of the Amyclaion and the Iacynthia can also be extended further on a wider scale, an international scale. So, to begin with, we observe that the Amyclaion seems to have been the most famous Spartan sanctuary abroad. Polybius speaks of Temenos in Amyclaion, which is the most famous of all the sanctuaries of Laconia. This importance is also confirmed by a passage of Pausanias concerning the twin sanctuaries of Apollo Thornax and Apollo Amyclaios, respectively to the north and the south of Sparta, but I won't detail this abstract. What is more interesting here is that the Amyclaion can also be a place for diplomatic communication. In addition to its fame beyond the borders of Laconia, the sanctuary is especially known for welcoming foreigners in the context of the Iacynthia. Because besides the citizens, their families, their acquaintances, and their slaves, the helots, we learn still from Polycrates that the kopis of the Iacynthia was also open to those of the foreigners who are here, who are there. So this openness to foreigners is very interesting, even though it's not unique, because we know that foreign representatives are also mentioned at the Gymnopedia. So we are far from the idea of xenelasia that we were talking about yesterday. Beyond this openness to foreigners, we note above all the role of the sanctuary in international diplomatic relations. We know from Herodotus, I come back here, Herodotus, so it's the last abstract, that as the Carneia before as the Carneia delayed the Spartan army to go to the Battle of Marathon, the celebration of the Iakinthia would have delayed the sending of the Lacedaemonian troops against the Persian during the Second Persian War. And Herodotus is blaming the Spartans for preferring to dance at the Iakinthia instead of going to war helping their allies. So the Iakinthia had, like the Carneia, direct influences on the events and on the Persian wars. Thucydides, reporting the conditions of the alliance treaty between Sparta and Athens in 421 during the Peloponnesian War, recalls also that the treaty signed between Athens and Sparta has to be renewed every year by the arrival of Athenians envoys, ambassadors during the Iakinthia. And the stone bearing the inscription of the treaty was displayed in the sanctuary of the Amyclaion. So this is the second abstract that I leave you to read. But what is interesting here is that we have the same measures for both cities, for Athens and Sparta. What is even more interesting is that the renewal of the Treaty of the Peace takes place in Athens during the Great Dionysia, in the theater of Dionysus, and the stele was exhibited on the Acropolis. In Sparta, the equivalent was the Amyclaion for the place and the Iakinthia for the occasion, for the time. Why this period, why these centuries? Because probably we were during late spring, and this is the period where the Aegean Sea is opened again. So it's open, I mean, it's less dangerous, so you had the increasing of circulations. So it was a perfect time for diplomatic events. Another reason is because these two festivals, the Great Dionysia in Athens and the Iakinthia in Sparta, are at the beginning of the military season. It is therefore the ideal place to affirm and reaffirm peace treaties and alliances to other polies, to reassure them about the war season, because the war season is approaching. In short, just like the Acropolis and the Great Dionysia in Athens, the Amyclaion and the Festival of the Iakinthia seem to have been the privileged place and privileged time for diplomatic communication towards other polies. And Thucydides confirmed this hypothesis. This is the third abstract, because when the Argians had to come to Sparta to swear a treaty, an oath of peace in 420, so 1 year after the peace between Athens and Sparta, it is still the time of the Iakinthia which is chosen. So whenever Sparta has to make a peace, the Iakinthia and the Amyclaion are the place to claim and to show to everybody what has been signed. I will pass on this inscription, and a last part, and I will end with this. Finally, if the cult of Apollo, Amyclaios, and Iakinthos and the feast of the Iakinthia are essential to Sparta, they were not exclusive to Laconia. Like the cult of Apollo Carneos, we have proofs that Apollo Amyclaios was worshipped elsewhere than Sparta, especially in the Dorian area. So we find again the same kind of problematics, but we cannot go as far as for the Carneia, and the question is much more complicated, but we can for sure say that you have a month of Iakinthos, and this month is attested in the calendar of Ythio, but also of Byzantium, Lato in Crete, Thera, Rhodos, Kalymnos, Cnidos, and Kos. And the main part of these places are linked to Sparta through the Dorian area or through colonization links, as for Cnidos, for example. In Miletos, we have another festival called the Iakinthotropia, and Rita Sassou told you also about Artemis Iakinthotropia in, I don't remember where, but it's in Taras and Knidos, yes. And you have also the epiclesis of Apollo Amyclaios, which is attested in Sparta, of course, but also in Idalion, in Cyprus, in Gortina, in Crete, and in Melos, but that's not that sure. And in Taranto, you have also a tomb of Zakynthos. So the question of how this etymology, how this month, how this feast, and how these cults of Apollo Amyclaios spread until there, how they spread that widely, is debated, very debated, and it is not the place here to unlock, to cut the Gordian knot today. But let's say that to show briefly the theories, are going from a role of the Phoenician merchants during the early Iron Age to a role of Dorian emigration, and also some people are assessing that it could go back to Mycenaean networks during the 12th century BC. These hypotheses are not mutually exclusive, and each case could bear the mark of different processes of syncretism and cultic assimilation. So I don't want to put an end to the debate here today, but this question allows us to raise the question of the integration of the Amyclaion and the cult of Apollo Amyclaios within a cultic network that goes far beyond Laconia. So like for the Carnea, we have some similar problematics. So in conclusion, because I've been too long, the Amyclaion and the Zakynthia are a perfect case to highlight the principle of the scales of worship. The Amyclaion appears to be far more than a mere Spartan sanctuary, because besides the well-known Spartan scale, the Amyclaion is also a sanctuary for the Amyclaians, which is not exactly the same as for the sanctuary of the Lacedaemonians and of all the, let's say, the Aegean world. The sanctuary and its cult can only be understood through the consideration of scope and geographical scales, and each scale implies different actors, different practices, and different purposes with its own specificities. So by this type of analysis by scale, and with a comparative approach with the rest of the Greek world, with the Amyclaion, but also with the Carneia, it's an opportunity to try to study the Spartan sanctuaries and the Spartan religion within a new frame, comparative framework of an analysis with the other Greek cities to stop to say that Sparta was different than the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Delay. So the Amyclaion is worldwide. The information we got today give us the perception that our city and our culture call us to discover more information in research. And I think that after the end of this fourth session, we come out richer from the whole these researches we have seen, and we are impressed by the wideness of the research. Thank you, Dr. Delay, for this information about the cult of Amyclaion, and I would like to call the audience for questions, but please say your name when you want to ask a question. Dr. Vlizos, he's not really... He's in charge of this project.
One question about the first and the last speech about Dr. Sassou and Dr. Delay. From what we've heard, the Amyclaion is interpreted. What?
In your opinion, Rita, what is the Amyclaion? And Adrienne next.
Yeah, I will say that it's extra-urban, but I mean, this is what I was thinking before I came here to Sparta. Now, in these days that I had more, I looked at the dimension of the city, I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe it's something to define the borders of the city, and maybe it's something peri-urban, but I mean, for sure, you are the one who are studying it, so for sure you have the proper answer to my question. I mean.
Thank you. Before the integration of Amyclaion by Sparta, it's for sure intra-urban for Amyclaion, for the Amyclaion community. Then when Amyclaion becomes a commune of Sparta, what is it? Is it intra-urban or extra-urban? It's still inside the Hora. It's next to one of the Komai, so theoretically we should say that it's intra-urban, but compared to the four other Komai, compared to Mesoa, Limnai, Pitane, and Kenosura, it looks like it's extra-urban, but it's because the Spartan urbanism is so strange. It's not unique, but peculiar, so all the Komai are disconnected, especially Amyclaion. But Amyclaion is a very strange commune for Sparta.
Because practically we have an extra-urban sanctuary. But after this presentation of its importance and this view of internationality, let's say,
με αυτή την παρουσίαση της...
And saw this sanctuary as a Spartan sanctuary, so intra-urban.
Yeah, it's an in-between, sorry. But it's an in-between.
Concerning the relationships, the subject of this conference, I mean, it gives us a reason to think about it.
Yeah, because it's in between, because the Amyclaion has a territorial function and to attach Amyclaion to Sparta. So for me, the Amyclaion is an in-between intra-urban and extra-urban, because Sparta is trying to show, to emphasize the territorial integrity of the new city.
Okay, I don't want to monopolize the discussion with Amyclaion, although I like it.
No, if I can add one thing, I mean, there are other cases in which we have extra-urban sanctuaries that anyway they are one of the most, if not the most important of the city. No, I'm thinking like the extra-urban sanctuary of Eret Samos. Okay, it's extra-urban, but still access the most important sanctuary for Samos. Or we have other cases like even in Metaponto. So, I mean, the fact that it is extra-urban doesn't mean that maybe it becomes still one of the most important anyway for the city of Sparta. It can be something like other Greek polis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Θα ήθελε κάποιος άλλος το λόγο?
Would anyone else like to ask a question? Mr. Kostakos, Mr. Vlachos?
Ο κύριος Βλάχος.
Mr. Vlachos, I am Labros Vlachos, organic farmer.
Την έρευνά σας,
From your...
καταλάβατε, οι Σπαρτιάτες, the ancient Spartans, were ανθρωποκεντρικοί ή θεοκρατικοί? Ή ανθρωποκεντρικοί? Άνθρωπος κέντρο, Θεός κέντρο. Human center or divine center, God center. Κοίτα, νομίζω ότι οι αρχαίοι Έλληνες ήταν ανθρωποκεντρικοί.
I think that ancient Greeks had as a center the people, the human beings primarily, and not gods. But from your own researches, how could we actually characterize Spartans? Did they have humans or gods as their center? The interpreter has a problem listening. The microphone is not open. The religion was everywhere in their everyday life. It was not, they were believing in God without actually believing. They had no choice. So it was just like all other ancient Greeks, that religion was a part of their everyday life, but that's a big issue. There is a book saying, asking, did ancient Greeks believe in their gods? But we cannot actually answer easily in this kind of question. But the one thing that we know for sure is that religion was a main, a central part in ancient Greeks' lives.
Ναι, και εγώ θα συνεχίσω τη δική σας ερώτηση.
I would like to, Giorgos Kostakos, thank you very much.
Same kind of question, meaning that the religion in ancient Greece and in this area of Sparta seems to have been very utilitarian in a way, right? It's part of life, it's part of culture. There are these big feasts, τα πανηγύρια, and all that, that in a way continue today. But we don't see a lot of metaphysical content, perhaps, or let's say theocratic, whatever you said, content. It's more like human-centered. It's a part of the community for the good function of the community. And I'm also interested what you think about this and also about Sparta. I see that an effort by this group of Dorians who came late and who were more stronger than the other pre-Greeks, etc., pre-Hellenes, because they had iron, whatever, new weapons, etc. So they want to integrate themselves and to benefit from links to the ancient times and kings, etc. So they establish these links with the old traditions, the old kings. So because Helen of Troy, and that's part of that period of Sparta, it's not the same as classical Sparta or the Dorian Sparta, right? But they claim to be connected to Orestes, to be connected to Menelaus. So we see the religion again being used to justify the predominance of this new group and their integration and the subjugation of the old, let's say, right, strata of the population, which were probably closer to Helen of Troy and Menelaus, right? The Helots and the Periki probably were more ancient Spartans and real Spartans in the previous incarnation of Sparta than the Dorians. Is that your understanding also? Συγγνώμη που τα είπα, τους έδωσα περισσότερο χρόνο, αν θέλετε τα λέω και στα ελληνικά.
I'm trying to do this in Greek too. To whom are you questioning? The question is for all.
No coordination, you can say differently.
A bit for everybody. For Nicola?
Nicola.
I am here. Now, surely there was an utilitarian aspect in the religion, that's out of question. People were questioning the gods all the time for very down-to-ground questions. I mean, is my wife cheating me, or we have many cases in not only Spartan, I'm not talking about Spartans specifically, but in general. And of course, they didn't have sort of a very codified religious system, not in the way we understand religion today, or the big modern religion deriving from the books somehow. And yes, indeed, they used a lot their traditions connected with even religious events or connected with religious beliefs to not only shape their history, but also trying to define themselves, as I try to show myself for the Carnia, in relationship with the others. And that for several reasons, for identity reasons, but also if in case they wanted to establish ties or kinships between communities, between cities, but also to show differences, to emphasize the differences. So, and also in this respect somehow, and they were working and elaborating a lot in these traditions, stories, cults, connected with cults and ancestors. And this is also perhaps another utilitarian aspect of Greek religion.
Παρακαλώ, άλλες ερωτήσεις.
Are there any other questions? Apostolos Papiomitoglu, I would like to ask to Nicholas. It was a very nice presentation for the latest epigraphs that concern the expansion of the cult of Apollon in Ptolemaic Egypt, in Kyrene, in Ptolemaic Kyrene. In this religion comparativeness, where high demons try to expand in these cities and to see the cult of gods that are very famous in Greece and want to gain the empathy of Greeks. We have many examples like Aphrodite, very famous in poems and art in general. For example, Arsinoi is presented as Aphrodite or Dionysus, that connected him to Osiris with the symbols of God, and Apollo, because I remember an epigraph of mine. How can we connect it with the expansion away from Greece in the Ptolemaic era? Because in the 3rd century BC, there are some epigraphs from Delos, where the responsible of the Ptolemy IV referred to cults. How can we connect it with? How can connect it with other cults? It was a great presentation.
Well, okay, I understood that you like the presentation, but I'm not sure if I understood your question. So if the cult of Apollocarnius in Egypt in the Ptolemaic period can tell us something about the expansion of the Ptolemaic power beyond Egypt. Is that what you asked for? I don't know. I don't think there is strong evidence to go towards this direction. To me, it was more like a cult used by Pindar mainly for this use to connect the Batiads and Arcesilaus IV with Sparta mainly. And then there is this reprise of the cult later on, especially with Callimachus, who perhaps he was interested even in literary themes, mainly, not necessarily because he himself was a particular believer of cult of Apollocharnius, but so I think that there is a reprise of the cult, but again in relation with the perhaps Spartan origin of the colony, but we don't have other connections, to my knowledge, with the specific god of Egypt with other areas other than Sparta. That, no, I don't know. But Thera, of course, but that belongs to the same branch of tradition somehow. But the interesting thing is that there is a big reprise. I mean, the risk is having an argument e silenzio, somehow, just saying that after Pindar there's no evidence and then there is evidence from the Hellenistic period. Perhaps it's just because no evidence survived. But it is strange that then in the Hellenistic period we have a lot of evidence. Inscriptions, there is Callimachus, and there are also, for instance, theophoric names that I didn't mention, but theophoric names like Carneades, for instance, was most famous of them. It was a philosopher that was very common in Cyrene, very common. But again, from the Hellenistic period. Before, there is no trace, no sign of these theophoric name. But no, for the cult, I haven't identified relationship of Egypt with other areas except of Sparta and Thera. If this is what you asked.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. Another question?
Εγώ ήθελα να...
I would like to ask that this conversation that happened today in the first part and the second part, they helped us in our effort, in an effort that is happening through the decades that started with Hawkinson and all those that tried to help the image of Sparta. That Sparta lived just like every other city-state with its religion, its international relations, its wars, and of course the everyday life of Spartans. And I believe that this discussion helped a lot, even though we couldn't go in length about a specific topic, about this image of Sparta, in order for us to come close to the antiquity and come understand it through a different perspective. And I would like to help our dear colleagues that presented today their specific topics. And all the topics from the Mihia by Dr. Phillips and how the religion was spread throughout the Mediterranean, and thank them for helping us understand Sparta through a different lens and with a different perspective as another Greek city-states of antiquity, just like Argos, Megara, Athens, that had its history and had its ups and downs, as we would say. Now we can look at the Spartans like people and look at them even though through the no walls of the city. Are there any more questions? No? Anything else? No. All right then. Perhaps would you like to say something? Would you like to speak to the microphone? The interpreter cannot hear. I wanted to listen to the speech about the Amyclaion. Congratulations to everybody. I wanted to listen to all the speeches because for me the Amyclaion is extremely important. Unfortunately, I did not, but I want to say that those 2 days and what you managed to achieve is extremely important, and I would like to congratulate you all for this, for your effort. Thank you, Minister. And I believe we have reached the end of our two-day conference after all those adventures, because I should remind you that this conference was planned for October 2020, and after all those ups and downs, we have managed to complete this conference. We are all enriched by this knowledge that was shared today and yesterday, and especially the aspects that we did not know. And we leave this conference having learned much more and having a lot of food for thought. I believe that we have more to talk about, and we would like to invite them all to discuss those topics even more. And I believe that you yourselves have said that need to be studied more extensively and be analyzed and understood. I would like to thank you all. I will say that again in closing. I would like to call Dr. Koliopoulos so we can conclude this conference. Should we have a 10-minute break? Yes, of course, 10-minute break. And we will return for the conclusion of the conference. Thank you very much.
Κυρία Πρόεδρε, να ξεκινήσουμε. Ωραία. Λοιπόν.
Let's summarize. Let's conclude. A short conclusion, how it should be. In this conference, for once, I want to congratulate everyone for your great idea. And we had two kinds of speakers. The ones who were researchers on national relations and the historians. Let's synthesize all the speeches. The title, actually the main title, and that's where I want to base my conclusion. Let's see now things that were referred here and show how the modern world can use those conclusions. Today and yesterday, we said that Sparta was a great power in the ancient world. If you want to know how great powers work and function, then look at Sparta and you will learn. Secondly, Sparta, as a strategic player, what characteristics and features did Sparta have? And the most important and useful of all is mediocrity. The wisdom to realize your own limits, to control your feelings. Mediocrity and wisdom, I say again, that's the most important strategic value. And they were not always wise and mediocre. They were not wise. But when we want to give recipes in today's world, then we will be able to draw the things that are interesting and that are important. The things that went well, actually. Bees. Take from the book the things that are useful and all the other leave it there. In my academic field, I take whatever I need, what is useful, and I leave the other things out. Wisdom. Internal structures, the third thing. Very persuasively, we had a very persuasive and systematic analyzation here. The little population of Sparta was a result, actually, of its internal structures. Let's see that. I do not have many children who will be poor, but I will have one rich child, or I do not have children at all, and my nephews will have all my treasures. That was a strategy, the internal strategy of Sparta. Does this ring a bell of today's Greece or Italy? I think it's quite clear. And it has to do with internal structures, both in Greece and Italy and all the southern Europe. Here it is, you can see it. It has happened before. So be careful not to end up like ancient Spartans. And we had references also to the reforms that Sparta made, actually from Cleomenes and not Aegis, because Aegis didn't actually manage to implement his reforms. Those reforms actually strengthened Sparta's structures until the Romans came and everything ended. So the lessons that we can take are clear for the modern world. The Hellenistic Sparta is actually quite interesting in the period between the catastrophe of Leftra and the reforms of Aegis and Cleomenes. You have a Sparta, which is actually a small great power, but actually makes a great fuss and has many successes. The many Spartan mercenaries and generals made a lot of fuss. And what does it mean for today's world? It does say a lot. We have the founder of an institution in Singapore who actually reaffirms our theory here. And we have a comparison actually here. And let's say that Sparta was a militaristic Singapore at that period, between 4th and 3rd centuries BC. Sparta was, we had many money, we have incomes coming into Sparta. As the son of Agesilaus, for example, who just ended up playing a major role as a general. You get the idea, I suppose. If you're a small country today, you just try to find a field where you can succeed. Let's not stay just there. Spartans can show us all those things with all the drawbacks that they may have had. Political results of political consequences of technology, that's another field here. What can we learn? What useful can we learn for today? And the answer is, let's think our technology, the modern technology and its consequences. And let's think that we can actually now implement policies on a global level through technology. The fact that you have the possibility of hacking all technological data, for example, from one country with many million people, that's a lot of cost, actually. So many countries actually.
So you have an idea of the modern results of technology, and we have not seen yet the results of AI. So consider today where we are and where we go. Spartans, and of course the Spartan women, were people like us. It was this was stated in Mysia, because we cannot believe that in 3 centuries there was no one, there was no a jealous husband or a lady who wanted to meet new people. There were people like us. What does that mean? It was pointed out that the great consequences had some important effects on international politics. Kings were changing. There were allies destroyed. There were also wars that had a result. We heard a lot today and yesterday that there were a lot of analysis in international system, the international orientation. You heard my analysis yesterday, and I want to tell you something, that as I grow up, I estimate more the personal level of analysis. So, and it was the presidency of Donald Trump convinced me that the personal level of analysis is very important. actions of Alcibiades in Mysia are not considered important as far as, but only in a personal level, like the actions of Donald Trump. He's Donald Trump with a very specific policy. So we see that they're just people. And I was asked to mention with a disadvantage of Spartans, and this was something that also modern Greeks have, is fighting with ourselves. They had two kings. You can understand what was happening there. So they were people like us. They were not robots, not gods. This is a contribution of this conference to understand it. So in this climax, we see the importance of religion. People are not only made up of. They're not only bodies. We see they have also soul. Religion had a very important political importance. Do we see today that if religion has importance? We see Afghanistan with Taliban's. We see it every day. It is the God's revenge, as we say. We think that we are cosmopolitans today, but we see that religion is always important. We see that, for example, in USA, there's a trend of decline of the religion, but as we see from the ancient Sparta, religion is vital. I'm not going to compare today's religion with the religion of Apollo. So, consequently, I would like to thank you for this initiative and the honor to invite me here and to begin and close the conference. And I would like to thank you everyone for being here just today. Thank you.
We from the Institute of Sparta and from Sparta itself would like to talk to all of you again and listen to your research. And I would like to say that I would like to watch the video again and again in order to fully understand all those things that you have presented to us. I know you're all tired. You all know how much grateful we are to you for attending. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Phillips. We thank him. We thank Dr. Sassou and Golino. Dr. Nancy and Delay. Especially I would like to thank Dr. Koliopoulo, who not only for those things he said, but also for opening and closing this conference, and because during the start of our initiative, he took all the responsibility of setting it up as a vice president of the committee, with as well cooperating with the president, Dr. Holmes, cooperating with all the professors in order to set up this conference, to find the titles and many more things. I believe they have contributed greatly. I would also like to thank our Greek professors, Dr. Vlisa, Dr. Papasoteriou, who left earlier today because of work, Dr. Platia, all of them with unfortunately, Mr. Ephistos was not able to attend, and of course I would like to help Dr. Rameno, Papiomitoglu. Who am I forgetting? Of course, I will talk about the presidents in a moment. And I would also like to thank our speakers who worked very hard, tried very hard. They have given us great knowledge, and I hope that we will be able to use them in the future. I would also like to thank the presidents of its conference, Mr. Kostas Marinakis, who came from Tripoli, a professor at West Attica and president of the Peloponnese Tourist Organization, who has a great interest in Sparta and always helps us. And of course, our friend Yorgo Kostako, who came from Brussels. He's Spartan, and he's someone who has unique interest in the topics discussed in the 2 days. Mr. Michalopoulou, I've left you for last because I wanted to say that we will be continue to work together in the future, because we have decided to have another conference, and we will ask the help of those interested about the Battle of Elaseas. We believe that this battle is something that has to be discussed and is something that needs to come to the surface. And judging from those things we've learned by Dr. Papasotiri today, and that all those things that played a part in the loss of the power of Sparta, we should look at how this progressed. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all and wish to see you all soon. Thank you very much.